Heidi OB just subscribed. I've missed you all, Carl's love.
New Halloween costume. I'm joking. Guys, I'm dressing up as Tayo Cruz for Halloween. How do I even say his name? Is it Tayo Cruz? I think it's Tayo. Tayo Cruz? We can say whatever we want. Guess my fart. All right, it's gonna just be, actually, it's gonna be silent, I think. It's gonna be silent. Tayo. Yeah, I think it's Tayo, right? Tayo. Hi, Virgil. Hi, Cat. Tracy is snoring. Oh, they're sleeping good. Guys, I really didn't think I was gonna go live today. So I was like, well, I should give myself more than a couple days off. But I was like, oh, but what if I just hop on? You know what I mean? I don't need to do a long one. Why don't I just hop on and play some Retro Rewind? I want to play it anyway. So I may as well go live. So this stream could be anywhere between 3 to 5 hours, I think. I think 5 is my max because this is my 11th day in a row. So I should go easy. Sound like a Balor. Yeah, I saw you in the shack and I went, I need them. I need them sat. Hi, Arcane. I was lurking a little bit before. I kept a tab up and then I went to see Mummy. And then we ended up being together for like, God, I think it was like 4 hours. It was around 4 hours. And then I got home and I had some lunch and I was like, oh, fuck it. Fuck it. Why not? Why not? I didn't go for the last hour. I mean, who's to say? I might play a bit of this and go, you know what? I want to play something else. So it's not a no, Cat. It's not a no. But I will say, regardless, I'll do a DBD cap very soon. I'll play more DBD. Snoring on your leg. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, what's a leg? You know what I mean? Mikey cute. Switch Sports. I got to figure out my bloody Nintendo for the next week. How can you tell the difference between a stream that feels like work / is more draining versus a stream that helps you unwind? I would say most of my streams I don't feel like it's work in a sense. It only feels like work some days after I have a lot of time off and I'm trying to rebuild. That's what I hate it. It's the truth though. Like if I've had so much time off and I need to grind, then it can feel more worky in some aspects because I feel a bit of pressure to keep it all going. But most of the time, I would say 99% of the time, I'm just pumped to try and give you guys content. And it doesn't feel draining. Although I will say it does feel more draining when I haven't had a day off, but I want to stream. Like I want to stream, but I know this is draining me, for example, because I haven't had a day off. So I know this is going to start taking a toll if I don't have a day off. But not because I don't like it, just because it's what happens, you know. I feel like you do more work off stream than you seem to feel, like, yeah. So I guess for me, YouTube can be kind of draining because I do that after a stream. So say if I do 8 hours and then I get stuck onto a YouTube video, then that can feel like more work because I really want to put that out because like being a full-time streamer, unless you're like a big dog, like say if you're in my area of size, it's really hard to stay relevant sometimes and feel like you're doing enough. And so I wasn't doing as much as I wanted the past year for obvious reasons. So it can feel hard sometimes to do everything you want to do because you can't. Unless you have a team behind you, you can't do everything perfect every week. It's impossible. But Bobby, I promise. Like that's why today, like I just really feel like yapping and playing this game. I could do 2 hours. Who's to say? I don't need to do a long stream. I've already done my hours. Like I don't need to, but I just feel like hanging out a little bit. Hello, doll. 10 streak. Okay, baby. Hello. Oh shit. I like the way you think. Hi, Tammy. Doom 64. Listen. I promise you, Tammy, this is on my heart. I will play a Doom game for you. I'm just kind of backlogged at the moment, but that's a promise. I will play Doom. I will play Doom within the year. Heidi, thank you for 11. I appreciate that. Sorry, I was about to say I promise you. I appreciate that, Heidi. Thank you. And Jess and Tammy, babe, no. Didn't you already send me a Doom? Aren't I backlogged in Doom now? What the hell? Tim Tam Slam. What are you doing? Thanks, babe. Oh, great. Guys, Doom stream. Although, I was thinking of doing a special stream next week with a wheel of games.
Put your ass away, child.
And a timer. So, I mean, this could work.
Just
Tammy,
subscribed.
thank you, doll.
It's my birthday, Carl's lurk, but our Twitch baby won't be born till next month. Tauruses
so
are pretty cool
much.
too, so I'll take it.
Happy birthday,
Grateful
doll.
for you and all the clunts.
My
Carl's
bonus
gritty
chungus
too,
live.
Carl's
Hi,
gritty too,
Connie.
Carl's.
Heidi, it's good to see you. It's so good, isn't it, Ames? Oh my god, how are you? Onion, thank you for 8. Happy birthday! Yippee! Happy birthday! Oh my goodness. Guys, so many birthdays. Yeah, I was thinking of doing... I had some suggestions from some people. Obviously, I don't know whether to do it or not. But I was thinking of doing like a proper... I don't know, I was talking to Chris about it too. I was thinking about doing my first proper 24-hour cap subathon. I know I've already done a lot of hours this month ahead of coming back. But I was thinking of doing something before March ends. I don't know. But I want to get like a wheel of games and stuff. I don't know, I got to plan it a little bit, but I had a few suggestions from friends and even management. They're like, you should do that. You've been gone for so long. And I was like, true, I could do something fun like that, but I'm not too sure yet. I'll cook on it. Good night, Mikey.
Chris,
Have a
connect
bloody
us real
good...
quick.
oh, Jesus. My exit early tax. Hi, Snail.
Hey,
I
man.
know, Heidi.
New drop.
Oh,
New drop.
Mikey, no.
I love my wife. I
You're
love
the
my
only
wife so much.
person that plays this alert, by the way.
Thanks for the tuna melt, babe. That was a sick melt, babe. What'd you put in that? Is that basil? Is that oregano?
I love
my
Ashley's
God.
disgust and Blizz's disgust.
Oh my gosh,
apartment
Chad, I
complex.
love you, man.
My God.
I love you so much. Anyway, new drop.
I just kept going.
We have a new drop, man.
Oh my God.
I'm actually embarrassed when
Now
I see
away.
that because I didn't shut
Enjoy
up.
my exit early tax.
I should have stopped like 30 seconds before it stopped. I just couldn't help myself. Mikey, thank you so much. That's so kind. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Tammy, as well, and Heidi and Onion. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What did you do, Onion, for your birthday? Tuna melt, babe. Takes me back to the days of heated rivalry. Yep. Also, I have a chalky milk. Ask me anything. I don't know. I felt like a chalky milk. But yeah, I didn't know what to do. I was gonna like not stream, and I thought, oh, I want to, but I'll give myself a promise. And whatever time it is, if I go, all right, I should probably do some laundry and get off, then I will. Like I promise you, I won't overdo it. Because I kind of went hard this week and last week, no regrets. And I'm also going hard this week before my cousin's wedding. So, yeah, I thought, fuck it. We should just ball. We should just hang out. This game's really chill. We have some renovations to do. Don't mention heated rivalry after what happened. What happened? Gonna go to a restaurant called Get Tied Up. What? Is that actually what they called it? Wait, that's funny. Oh, look, let's see if she does her job today, guys. Mikey, thank you so much again. Have a good sleep. And Bobby, you can have all the sips you want of my chalky milk, doll. I really do love our store. I think she's gonna call in sick today. Oh yeah, we unlocked this. I kind of don't want to do anything with it yet until this is unlocked. So I might just leave this for now because I got to save up some money. Oh, she's working today. Wait, I'm surprised. They're a chill-ass Thai restaurant. I bet they have some weirdos that come in and go ho 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 and make jokes all the time. They started talking about gay movies and Chris confused the Notebook with Brokeback Mountain. That's so funny. Back in the corner. Of course he did. That's my goat. It's my absolute goat. Also, I love how this game... There's literally not much going on in this game. I don't know. Once we get into our groove of this game, it's so fun just to vibe out with it. If I can say that. It's such a vibey game. Because then we can just talk. We can talk our shit. Have you listened to Carla? I have. I got so many messages when it dropped. People were like, oh, nice track, Carl. I was like, what the hell? Finally. Finally, Carla's getting some love. Code White. What the hell? Huh?
Bitties? For me?
Well, a treasure trade. Carl, did you hack the system?
Attention. Attention. This is a code white. I repeat, a code white. The arena is
That's pretty
experiencing
impressive.
technical difficulties. Arena stands strong.
I haven't seen a treasure
while
train
we
in so
perform
long.
alert maintenance. Everyone man your stations and toss on. Over and out.
That's very impressive that you spawned a treasure train. Damn. Kyle, thank you. I appreciate that. How'd you do it? How'd you bloody do it, though? Yes, they're just so expensive to buy. But yes, I have seen that. They're just $70 a pop.
Thank you for the sub.
Kyle, you're so... Has to be someone else
Put
to
your
summon a
ass
hype
away,
train.
child.
But thank you for trying. That's really
Aquakyle
nice.
2000 just subscribed.
Has to be 3 unique users. But you're cute for wanting to try. Thanks, Pookie. I appreciate it. Great. That's why some people do anonymous, because they're trying to hack the system. But I appreciate you trying anyway. We're close to a treasure train. They never show up anymore. Once you, like, don't start a train, it switches back to, like, a normal train. I don't know. I feel like you should get a second chance with a treasure train if you miss the first time. But it's really annoying like that. They want to see us fail. I have so much porn. This is not good. I need another shelf. Hi, D. How are you? Carl, thank you for that gifted sub, though. I appreciate it. We should make a tier list of your alerts. So many suck. So many suck. So many are so bad. Look, I'm not trying to be mean to myself, but like so many are so old and so outdated that I really need to do better. I need to fix them. Too much porn. If only Hammer Boy was here to gift a sub. Not Fill My Pumpkin. Who? Girl, who's doing that? Who's making these alerts? I mean, these accounts. Whatever happened to golden kappas? They still happen. We just rarely get them anymore. I'm not even kidding. I swear we used to get treasure trains and golden kappa trains way more often. We hardly get them anymore. That's why I was shocked when I saw it pop up earlier. I was like, what the fuck? We never get those. I feel like you should get them more often. Well, they should be rare, but at least like once a week. It helps everyone out because people get a discount and then streamers might make more money. So like they should do it more often. But I don't know. We used to get them way frequently. Way more frequently. Maybe we got blacklisted. Not Twitch giving me a celebrate 1 year of following Carla. No, wait. Hang on. Reese, how are
Put
you,
your
doll?
ass away, child.
Who's Fill My Pumpkin?
Fill My Pumpkin just subscribed.
Who's Fill My Pumpkin? Tell me. Who is it? Who's subbing to me on their ult? Guys. You can't do that. That's paying for 2 subs. Babes. Oh, there's a reserved here. Oh, my bad. Thank you, Fill My Pumpkin. Fill my bumpkin. Good night, Bobby. Oregano is for savages. You don't like oregano? Reese, I feel that, and look at us. We're thriving. We're doing our best. Thank you, Pumpkin. That's really sweet, whoever you are. Whoever's alt you are, I appreciate you. You shouldn't have done that. Thank you, doll. Old action film? Okay. Josh!
Thank you for the sub.
Put your
Put
ass
your ass
away,
away,
child.
child.
Thank you.
Philosophy01 just subscribed.
Okay.
67 months sub bump. Who dis?
Keto Rash. How are you, doll? How's work going? I feel like we don't join, but I wonder why you're live. Tell me everything. I had to put more. I had to make another porner. Josh, how are you? How you going, doll? Thank you so much. Oh wait, shit! I forgot about school holidays. Oh, we're so back. We're so back. We need you to have a break. I know, Lukey, I wasn't going to. I was going to do DBD, but I thought... I think we need to play this. I don't know. I just thought like it was the best bonus stream vibe. Because we can... Wait, what did you want? Oh. Mind Reader Warzone. Because we can talk and just vibe out, and I still want to upgrade and everything. So I said, screw it all to hell. Oh my god, Josh, my mum just got over whatever she had. She had it though for like a month. She kept getting better and then getting it again. I have somehow so far avoided it, and I don't want to get it. Do you have drugs? Yeah, why not, Lukey? Why not? Because soon, well, we're getting close. Soon we'll have no content with the game left because we're going through it. So just want to enjoy it. So peaceful yet busy. I agree with that. It's been very, very busy, especially I think coming back from being away from home. I feel like all I've done is edit and stream, and I'm loving it. I'm a little bit tired, but it's good to get back into a routine. I'm sitting comfy with some hot tea. Oh god, yeah. Everyone is just getting sick. I was in Japan as well. I was in Gold Coast, Japan, and Melbourne, and I somehow have avoided whatever it is. So let's keep avoiding it. Oh no, I have a wedding this weekend coming. All right, well, surely we still avoid it. I took some days off work this past week. It was a nice break. I haven't taken more than 1 or 2 days off since I've been there. Oh, beautiful. Did you do anything or like just nothing? Sometimes nothing is good.
I never.
Fake bees? Hello? Thank you for the biddies. How are you, doll? Oh shit, we have to close. Oh, we close early. 1:47. Oh, I think Sundays are the quietest day. Now that I think of it. We're nearly at level 17. Thank you, bees. I appreciate that. Hi, Ranga. Hello. New movie today, guys. What is it? Holiday Break-In. That's so funny. I can't believe this is... So Home Alone's one of my favorite movies. They've got Harry and Marv. Perfect. So they have the McAllister's house. Holiday Break-In is so funny. What the hell? That is so good. She's going to... Oh, she's not sick. Okay. Holiday Break-In. I've been to Walmart 3 times in the past 1.5 weeks. Haven't gotten sick. Wait. We might be back, I think. We're so back. I have to get some of these off the shelf because they are not new release. I didn't even think they would do a Home Alone thing. I don't know why. Oh my god, wait. So you caught up on everything, Reese. Hell yeah. Carl, you know that I've been through it, okay? I don't want to be like this. I really don't. They left me no choice. Okay. Alright, we're so open. We're so back. Hot take. Holiday Breaking should have been... No, yes. Home Alone shouldn't have gone past 2 movies. There, I said it. And hopefully Devil Wears Prada is good, but I don't think that should have been a movie either, but I like it so much that I do want the movie, so maybe it's not so bad. Oh shoot. Oh, not that. Jumbo Manhunt, my favorite movie. Alright. Match. Okay, Streak. Hello. Thank you for the train, guys. Appreciate you. Hi, Lexi. How are you? Oh, shit. Oh. Reserved. Hello. Oh. Wait, Reese, proud of you. I want to do that as well when I get everything else on track. I really want to do the closet as well. So that makes me excited. You're motivating me. Okay, I gotta make... Oh, shoot. I gotta make my shmoney again. And then I think I'm gonna unlock this little store. The storeroom. Bath on rollerblades. My appliance at school. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
Oh.
Oh. Thank you. I think Charlotte's doing good. Oh, Maya. Sorry. Ooh. Ooh, my bad. How are the drinks going? We're fine. My bad. Points at Mean Girls too. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm open for it though. Like if it turns out to be a fun little film, that's great. Oh, nice. I'm sorry to hear about your mum though. But crossing my fingers for the fam. What? I got free movies. Pay the fee, babe. This is unfair. No, it's not. You broke it. My employees love me. I swear.
Oh.
I'm a good guy. Trust me. I know it doesn't look like it, but I'm actually a good boss.
Thank you for the
Bob!
Put your ass away, child!
You know I can't put my ass away.
Berb3D just subscribed. I'd like to rent Osmosis Jones on VHS, please. I'm really looking forward to cracking up. I hope I can totally crack up. I haven't totally cracked up in a long time.
Burb, listen. I hate this place. Give me your films. That's crazy behavior. I'm selling these tapes because you're nasty. Not this, actually. Burb, thank you for 47. I'll rent you whatever you want and we can crack up together. Wait, he just sent me... I just got horror movies for free. What the hell? I don't have room for these. No, Reese, you're fine, babe. No. I totally get it. Like, I haven't been talking about it really myself, but I'm struggling a little bit, you know, and I'm trying my best to stay afloat and stay positive. So I definitely understand that. I think it's kind of the theme at the moment. Like, I've been talking to a lot of people and they're going through the same thing. So I think we're all just hitting some speed bumps together, but that's okay. We will get through it. We always do. Thank you, Burb, though. I appreciate you. That's really nice. How are you? Have you been playing this yet? Match amazing. I am super grateful for the roof over my head. Because if everything else is going bad, at least I have a roof over my head and Mimi girl and my family and the community. We're popping off actually.
Biddies?
Oh no.
Well, I never.
Oh no, John.
Good afternoon, Carla.
Hello.
This is Corporate.
Hello.
I'm calling to address some allegations we have received anonymously. You aren't selling illicit and inappropriate content on company shelves, are you?
No.
If so, this would lead to immediate termination and potential legal action. Please write us back as soon as possible. Ta.
I mean, really? Define it. Define illicit content. Really? Because if you're calling Double Swirl Hag illicit, then I don't know what to tell you. No. Corporate, it's all good. John, thank you. No need to worry. I have it under control. I have it under control. Everything is fine. Hello, sir. Hot dog graveyard finally picked it up, huh?
Oh.
Thank you. Double may be crossing the line. We would compromise with a single swirl. I would do that. Yeah, we can just have single swirl hag. I respect that. Let's do it. Single swirl hag is crazy. Do you have the movie Shazam with Sinbad? I don't think so. Do I? What genre is it? Double Swirl Hag is my favorite movie though. Do you have that? Actually, there's a few things I like. I want to show you them.
Hey.
A bad horror film. Genie movies? Wait, that's the next genre? These are my favorite. Is Sailor here? My Sailor movie? Oh yeah, this is one of my favorites. Keeping My Sailor Oiled Up. Really good. This one's fun. Who Ordered the Hot Banjo? Double Swirl Hag, as we know. His Massive Shroom Strikes Again. The Dentist in Good Hands. Let Me Taste My Milk. All the good stuff. Hi, Cammy. Happy Saturday. How are you, doll? Reese, I'm sorry, doll. No, I get that. I really do. I'm proud of you for noticing the shift, though. That's really good to hear. Obviously, I don't want you to feel that way. But it's nice that you can, notice that. Police? That's so random that they're like, alright, let's not do a thriller or musical. Let's do police. What the hell? Oh, the holiday event. We need more... We need more Christmas movies. I'm selling these. We can't fit them in. Oh, we can fit a couple in. We have too many.
Biddies? For me? Well, I never.
Oh, thank you, Cammy.
Hello, this is Jazz Cummington, a frequent customer.
Hello.
I'm calling to express a little frustration in you guys never having a copy of Uncle Buck available. I believe a short, dark-haired Australian girl keeps coming in and renting every copy at once over and over. This seems a bit excessive and unfair. What can we do about that?
Weird. Don't know who they're talking about. We have so many copies of Uncle Buck. Chogo. Hello. How are you, doll? John, thank you so much for the correspondence. I needed that desperately. Well, I need to get a shelf. 4 rows. I really don't want to buy a shelf, but I have to. The Biddy's message as well. We are really role-playing with this game, babe. We're really committing to the roleplay. Something's happening. Alright. Can this all fit here? Yes. Last night, the cookie paid in full. Zombie gangsters. Okay. The cookie. Hello. Rewind. Yes. I was talking to Mum about this actually, Reese. I was like, there's this thing about me. I'm very analytical. And while that's great in some aspects, it's really frustrating me that I'm analytical in other ways. And I want to change that because that mixes with my anxiety and then it's a recipe for disaster. Anyway, my point is, I was talking to Mum about that. And I was like, but it's really good that I can notice that. And I want to help myself out a little bit. Because I don't want to be stuck in a loop anymore. So it is kind of refreshing when you notice something and you want some help. You know? Because I've definitely been there for most of my life. Where I'm like, no! All I need to do is stay positive. And while that's great, sometimes you need a little bit more help, you know? Which is great to seek. Scary, but it's good. So proud of you, doll. Sorry, I find it really hard to form a sentence sometimes. I feel like I could have said ABC and then I end up saying the whole alphabet, but hopefully you get what I'm saying. Totally get it if you don't. I still can't believe the holiday break-ins in here. Finally. Bloody finally. I kind of want to... I want to hire the second employee. But also then I won't do anything. But it would be good for them to help me. I don't know. I wish there was a way that they could help. Maybe scan. If they scanned all of them for me and put it in a box, that would be cool. Because I still want to put them away. Or at least half of them. Maybe. I say that and it'll probably be annoying to do that. Haven't gotten sick so I can't report. You have gotten sick so I can't report in for work, but I can tell you that I deserve a $25 income increase for work at this lovely establishment. Now, babe. Listen. Listen. You know we can't afford it. We can't bloody afford it. I'm not getting paid. Fantasy. Oh, I haven't too much on fantasy. Yeah, Reese, I'm so proud of you. What the hell? That's amazing. Very proud of you, doll. Very, very proud. Terrell, I'm trying to save up. It's really hard. I'm trying to save up for this $750 thingy. Because what's behind there? It's so little. I'm really hoping we hear from the devs this week. And they're like, hey, just so you know, we're planning on dropping something, I don't know, in a month. My bad, guys. I didn't want to hit it. It wouldn't let me do both. It wouldn't let me do both. Oh. I'm back. Oh my god, all the Christmas movies are gone. What the hell? Do you reckon I just... Well, Tyrell, it either goes two ways. The devs kind of abandon it, or they add a... Basically a... What's the thing called again? Sorry for my yawns. I literally asked this the other day. Like Water Park Sim, they released and then a roadmap, and they pretty much straight away were like, "Hey guys, here's the roadmap for the next year." You know. So I hope it's. I think if they added a roadmap with this, they could do so well if they keep adding to this game. Oh my god, I hope they do. Otherwise, mark my words, people are gonna complain on Steam. They're gonna be like, I put 20 hours into this game and I can't play more. Please add more, blah blah blah. So I'm hoping they see the success of the game and want to add to it. That would be my dream. Hi Bliss. How are you, doll? At least I think it was successful. It seems to be. And you can tell the game was made with love. It's not half-assed at all. They really put effort into it. So, fingers crossed. They can add more. Doing a Solo's Denny's trip at 10 p.m. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm that bitch watching my phone. Wait, but I'm at the restaurant with you. Can you get me a drink? Yeah, I don't know, rivalry. Imagine if you could play with your friends, right? You could do a multiplayer and they open their store here. Oh my god. Daz, not the pervert. Having an adult theater. The people don't really feel like they want it to last. It's just to go viral, streaming for it, and then die down. Yeah. See, I want it to last. Like, you know how many hours I put into Storage Hunter and Water Park Sim? Like, that's what I want. I want to play a game that the devs put love into, that I can see that's fun, that people love to play. I don't want a one and done game. I will keep buying Sims that are like that, because it is what it is, you know? Like, sometimes devs want to put out a game and that's the game. Perfect. And I respect that. It's what they want to do. But a game like this, I really want to see more from it. So bad. Oh shit. It's taking a turn outside. Sounds like a storm. What's the weather? Thunderstorm. Alright, well, if I disconnect because of the storm, that would be cool, Nat. I would love if they did games and then slowly, like DVDs or whatever. You heard that? Yeah, I heard it through my thing, which is crazy. I never hear anything. Oh, I'm sorry, Bliss. All my love to you, doll. I understand. No, I think that was me. But yes, I would love for this to be expanded. Guys, porn. Chocolate. Oh, I thought that said chocolate covered load. Holy shit. Gargling spirits bath water. What the hell? Hi, Lullaby. Like the UFO? No, that was me. Choco. No, I heard, I mean, I knew there was a thunderstorm this weekend, but it seemed to have cleared because when I saw Mum, it was a gorge day outside. So, yeah. Taz. Yeah, I mean, you're telling me, babe. I agree. I agree. Obviously an off chance, but if I do disconnect randomly, it will be because of my weather, and I'll see you not tomorrow, the next day. So I doubt that it will happen, but if I do crash, that's why. Yeah, we have definitely gotten some gnarly storms for sure. When it wants to, it's crazy. Like I remember, I think it was 2022. We had bad storms and really bad rain and really bad flooding. I'm talking weeks and weeks of rain, heavy rain, and a lot of towns were flooding. A lot of people lost their homes. It was really bad. It's a 5-minute matchmaking ban. Did you hear that again? Mamma mia. All right. I kind of want her to put back the tapes. I might get her to do something else today. What the hell? Did someone... Ooh. It's gargling out there. Mum's just on the roof. Hey, doll, can you do something else? Can you do the return station, please? And work faster. Thank you. Mystery Goblin leaving their treats. Chop chop doll. Fire egg balls. Open up. Chop chop, babe. Excuse me, what's up? What's up? Don't worry about the horror movies, babe. Just put it on, yeah, put it on the shelf. Put it on here, don't worry about it. Come on. That's okay. Pop it on the bench. Yep. Hi, Queen. Ooh. Yeah, like, I know you're gonna do it slower, but why not? Jumbo manhunt. Hi, King. Did you just push in? I don't know what I'd prefer to do. I think putting back DVDs and stuff would be relaxing. But then also, some days I'd want to just scan the DVDs and say, how you going today? Yeah, it's good. Oh, she's sleeping. Great. That is an action film. My God. She's sleeping. When you say action, go on. Talk to me. Where did this thunderstorm come from? Mamma mia. She falls asleep again. Rox, thank you for lurking. I appreciate you. My God. Give me some lightning pussing, I dare. I say that and my stream disconnects. Please don't disconnect, we need this. Doing great, sweetie. Keep going. Keep going. Alright, I need a few more dollars and then we're going to... Oh! Has that been making money for me? And tornado forms. Oh, great. No. Great. Sure. Sorry, ma'am, the machine's broken. Hello? There we go. Oh, great. That's not what she wanted. One moment, ma'am. Alright, sorry, ma'am. There you go. God, talk about a rough day at work. I don't have an arcade machine yet, no. I think I'm going to... I think I'm going to buy the expansion first, because what's behind that room? Wait, do I even have an arcade machine yet? I don't think I do. Yeah, level 18. But how much money is that going to make me?
Hey.
It's everywhere! That'd be so sticky. This close to losing a customer? Guys, they're sassy. They're really sassy when they did something wrong. What the hell? You sure can have another tour of the store. I'll just serve my customers. And then I'm all yours. DDR in the corner. Hello, doll. Bad science fiction. Wow. That's really good. Hi, Mickey. Hi, Chris. Shaq. What? Okay, get it. How are you, doll? Are you getting the storm right now? I thought we'd avoided the storm. Hi, Jay. How are you? This is the closest thing to VHS we'll get booted up. Oh, he's so tall. How is your Saturday, Mickey? Level 6? Yeah, it's my goat. Is she not finished yet? See, it's hard because I should put the tapes back because I just did it 10 times quicker than her. But also... My store, I will tell you. Daddy's 5 VHS. What's your store? You have to speak up. The hail is bouncing off every Colorbond fence. No way. My friends have been playing this and I made them a compilation of 80 movie trailers for on TV. Oh, cute. I'll definitely take that from you when I get over my thing. I really should turn it off. I just think it's a really good skit for people to be like, what's on the television? And me be like, a YouTube video of mine. Sorry. You should pop that somewhere for people to download. Is she nearly done? Girl. Are you kidding me? I'll finish it, babe. I'll do the rest. close was she to finishing? Because that just felt like all day. Am I wrong? That shouldn't have taken all day, right? Or am I a piece of shit? I did want to make the popcorn though. Ooh, thundering. Uh-oh. I don't think so. You can pop it in the Discord if you want, maybe under games. I do love a thunderstorm. A thunderstorm? It's Stormy IRL. Bloody IRL though. Okay, so it took her all day to do that. I think it's better for me to do it myself. As much as I did want a change. Bring it down this way, don't. Alright. Alright, this is my store. I'm gonna give you a tour. Hi Grace. I'm good, doll. I'm a little bit sleepy today, but good. How are you? Alright, this is the store, as we know. Wait, can I change the tape? No, not yet. Okay. My store. This is the area we don't really get to customize that much, but there it is. We have your snacks. Beautiful. We have the new releases. Little moment for it. Here's the horror section. I wanted to give it 2 shelves. Here are my display cases of the holographic titles I found. Very nice. Not for sale. We have balloons because this just got released. Oh, not anymore, but I'm keeping them. This is the comedy section. When you want a good laugh, this was formerly the porn corner. We have changed. I haven't done this yet because I'm going to unlock this in a second. This is our porner. This is where we keep our refreshments and porn. So you have the refreshments. It will get thirsty over here being on the cuck chair. So we have our porner here. Don't be shy, porn here. I'm trying to let people know that, hey, it's okay, you goon. It's okay. Here it is. Come and get it. This is my favorite adult film, Double Swirl Hag. We do have 2 copies of this because it is a crowd favorite. This is our sci-fi. We do app. Do you like it? Here's our sci-fi section. Don't know. It is what it is. And more adult films over here. It's kind of like, hey, you're a bit too shy to go over here. Come through here. Literally. But, you know, this is still work in progress. We have our random ass police titles. I don't know why that's a genre. Fantasy drama. Movies for sale. This Man Looking and Judging. Action, romance, kids, Christmas section. It is the holidays. And that's pretty much it. We have a gumball machine here. That's our store so far. And guess what? We're unlocking this. Because I want to see what is behind there. This is the porn room! Right. Okay. This is the porn room. Right. That has to be the porn room, right? Wait, can you do beads or something? Tell me you can do beads. Damn. Imagine you could change this to like beads. There we go. There we go. There's our porn room. Perfect. So, yeah, we just unlocked that. We can move. We can make that whole place porny. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to work a couple of days to get some shmoney up. And then we will do a full renovation of the porner. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. One moment. The poom, the porn room. You little slut. I can reserve that for you. It's one of my favorite titles. Squeezing Werewolf. All right. So I'm gonna work a day or two. I know, Shag, it's so good. And then we'll make the pawn room. Guys, what we're gonna do is we'll make the pawn room, right? And then someone's gonna come in and not see us doing it and go, "Aww, where is it? Like, did you get rid of the pawn?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, I got rid of it." Jokes. We have our own room now. I have to learn about pronouncing this because it is Daddy's fave, but maybe like Daddy's fave HS or Daddy's fave VHS. I don't know. It's meant to be Daddy's fave HS. I don't know. Meant to be a play on words, a bit of hee hee ha ha. I don't even know how to pronounce it, to be honest. But you get the idea. You get the idea. Squeezing werewolf is crazy. I know. My babe's hole, please. What do you need? Guys, I'm so sorry. I wasn't this sleepy before I started stream. And I just got on stream and I'm a sleepy girl. It's been a big week. Big girthy week, but it's been fun. Been very fun. She's working really, really hard. Yeah, so it's kind of like, I'm looking at it, Daddy's Faye VHS. Daddy's Faye VHS. Daddy's Faye VHS. Okay. Sorry for farty rocking you to sleep. Farty? Party rocking you to sleep? Oh, you got me. Maybe it's a storm. Anyway, it is pre-generated. So what it looks like so when you go into here, let me show you, sorry. It's all the same words mixed together. So like, they came for the gold. The egg body snatches. The Cassidy body snatch. The cassette body snatches. The cash test subject. Like, I think they just grab a bunch of words and then they just randomize the words into titles. Which, yeah, a word generator, which I think is great because it means you have so many different ways you can say it and different titles. Like, yeah, and I like that because, for example, I love collecting porn in game, right? And you're thinking, wow, we have a lot of porn. No, we don't. Look at this. Look, the gray is what we don't have yet. You know what I mean? So like, someone's playthrough could honestly generate different titles. But then another thing, right? So say if Chris is playing this and goes, I want double swell hag, I haven't found it yet. I can give him the SKU, right? I say SKU, don't come for me. And then you can copy it, go to black market, or I can DM him the code, and then he can buy it. It's $73, but it's my favorite title. So you can like exchange titles with your friends and stuff. Yeah, it's really cool. It's so like simple, but so cool. Not the co-op black market. Yep. That was the legit cost of a new VHS at one point. Yeah. Yeah. Scory. Worth it for double swell hag. Yes. One moment. Let's see how fast I can do this. It took her all day to do the returns. And I'm not trying to compete with my staff. I'm just curious. Hello? $250. Thank you so much. I need that. Yes. Hello, Leodley. Squeezing werewolf. You sick fuck. Enjoy, doll. Ooh, thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very, very. Galileo. Galileo. Hello, doll. Yep. Right here, babe. Enjoy.
Wow.
Abs, hello. Thank you for the streak. How are you, doll? You're the last original Blockbuster, and like, do people use it? I think it's a great idea, and here's why. Especially for families. I'll just give families some love real quick. Right? With kids. Say if you're a struggling single parent, or even a struggling family. You both work, but you still can't, you know. You still can't make ends fully meet, but you're doing okay. You can't afford 3 subscription services. You gotta put food on the table. So it'd be so great to have a DVD player, go to Blockbuster, rent out 5 movies for the kids. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. Done. You know? Like, I just think I think it would still work for some families. I don't think it'd be so hard for the company to make money though, because some people would argue you could go to a thrift store and buy a $1 DVD now, you know? So it's kind of like, it's tricky, but I still think it would work for a lot of people. Sushi, real. Guys, I was a bit wild. Last year, I had a lot of subscriptions on Twitch. As of right now, I checked. I cancelled so many over the last year. It adds up, along with like Netflix and Paramount and everything. Because we're Aussie too, Sushi. So like, a 1 subscription is 15, or 1 Twitch thing is 9, right? Yeah. But I think right now I have like 5 subscriptions active. I used to have like 20 at one point because I want to support all my friends, but I had to be like, I love you all, okay? I really do. But $9 a pop, you need to pick. Like, I'll give my Prime wherever I can. I don't have a credit card, Chris. If I did, I'd let you borrow it. Sure, get some milk, babe. Yeah, no, real. Enjoy, Abs. Sweet dreams. Yeah, I have to app, exactly. And for a while there, I didn't. And I learnt my lesson, and I have to do that. Wanker's Corner. Yeah. Saturday afternoon treat, doll. You like it? Oops. One moment. I think they said kids movie. Friday for some of you guys. Hello. Am I doing this faster? I don't know if I am. You know what I should do? This might be easier. Emma, it's funky and named after me, babe. How are you doing? It's faster just to do it all. Imagine you saw this at a Blockbuster. It might be faster just to do this. Guys, he loves me. He fucking loves me. Adult. Wait, a bin for me? Am I learning something new? Or did I miss something? I gotta sneeze. You thought you were garlic. Wait, I gotta sneeze. Oh, sorry. Loving you saying you thought you were garlic. No, I truly did. Oh my god. That sneeze made me second guess Everything. Please don't tell me I'm getting sick. I'm worried I caught the last remnants of what Mum has. It doesn't work that quick. I didn't. I'm still gonna stream if I get sick. You can't stop me. Fortune in the sky. It's good. Yeah, no, Sush, you're right. I can definitely laugh at it, for sure. But also, is that my porn guy? I think my porn guy's here. What? Eva, isn't my sales good? Porn. Oh, a bin app, you're right. Neon weightlift attention. The family, my mystery. My spellbook, her desire. Hostile officer takeover as a comedy. Thank you so much, my good man. Hello? Can I get over there? Change the video to my YouTube video. Excuse me. My YouTube video's on the next channel. I have so much drama app. Like, I have so many drama titles. Otherwise, I would have taken it. I have 2 whole things to drama. Hey, babe, you broke it. You bought it, babe.
Aw.
Yeah, I need to pay the bills. Thank you. Old classic? I know just the thing. Neon weightlift attention. This just came in.
Oh.
Sushi, I will see how I go later. We're going to find out. We're going to find out what happens later tonight. I'm off tomorrow, so probably a good thing I'm not streaming. Probably a good thing. It'll be my first stream off in 11 days, which I can't believe 11 days went so quick. Mamma mia. Next week, though, big week. I don't know if you're ready for it. Stream on my alt, imagine.
Hey.
Next week is Pacopia, Red Dead 2. We're playing Friendslop, I think Scamline, which I'm very excited for. Probably some DBD, probably an Arc Cap. Wisp, no! I'm putting them all on YouTube. I don't know if she's okay, but I want to do. How many shit cannings did I miss? Nothing. She's actually been really good, but look at what we found, David. Uh-oh, actual porn area. So I'm gonna make some shmoney and decorate that. Hi, Yusuf. It's booming. How are you, doll? Yeah, Nebula, I'm really excited. So whenever I finish tonight, I'm gonna use that time to figure out the setup, because it's working, but it was also not working. So I'll test that out tonight and get that ready. I need to move the cuck chair, I know. But you know what? I was saying this to someone the other night. I'm really proud of myself because in 11 days, I've done 11 streams, 3 YouTube videos, 1 sponsor, and 2 reels. So I've genuinely been trying my hardest, and I'm proud of that. Maya, we are going to bed, babe. Thank you. And a Switch too, which is crazy. Hi, Keyslay. Wait, I just read that. Sorry. A sponsor, you say? Yeah, we did Skate 3, which was really fun. I'm really excited to see where we go with this new management. I think I'm in really good hands. I think I'll be getting more work than I was, which is really exciting and helpful to stay full-time because, yeah, I needed to be with Australian management, I think. I wasn't getting opportunities that I should have, I think. And I say that in the most humble way, like I should have been doing more. But when you're with a company, you can't do American stuff because you're Australian, but you can't do Australian stuff because they don't have connections. They don't have a relationship with Australia. So yeah, it means I could be more creative, which is cool. And a partridge in a pear tree. Exactly. Thanks, Eric. I'm trying my hardest this month because obviously I had so much time off last month that I was saying to Mum though, I was saying how that time off I think was good for one reason, well, one main reason, a lot of reasons, but the number one I'm seeing now is I came back from Japan, like I came back kind of back to my old ways, which was, I don't know, I had more stamina when I got back. Like being able to do a stream and then a YouTube video, I haven't had the stamina to do in like a year for obvious reasons. That's fine. But I don't know, it feels good that I'm like pumped for YouTube again because I love editing. I love YouTube. So yeah, it's nice that I can do everything again because I was kind of, what's that thing called? I was in like a paralysis. Like, you know, when you need to do laundry and this and this and this and this, you know, and you want to, but you feel paralyzed. That was me for the last year, I think. She got stamina. They say she an athlete. Oopsie, I can't hear that without Hagrid. Hi, Geek. I know. How are you? David. Real. I was in a slump for a year, I definitely think, but I'm still proud of myself for streaming. Because that was the one thing I really didn't stop doing. Like, I kind of gave up on everything else, but I still showed up for stream, which I'm proud of. Definitely not perfect, but we're getting there. Definitely stagnant. Yeah. Right. All the words. Sully. All I hear is Hagrid. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl. Alright, so 2 more days.
I've been a nasty girl, nasty.
I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty, nasty, nasty.
Is somebody gonna match my freak? Is somebody gonna match Hagrid's freak? Is somebody gonna match my nasty?
I got stamina. They say I'm an athlete. That's crazy.
Sully Shadari has gifted 8 Hagrids to viewers.
Bro, what are my alerts? Honestly, how do you put up with it? Thank you so much.
Is somebody gonna match my freak? Is somebody gonna match Hagrid's freak?
Thank you so much. Honestly, I think that alert healed me. There's only a couple of alerts that I have that I actually really fucking dig. Not in a bad way. Like, I like all my alerts, but there's 2 that get me going, and that one gets me going. 8 Hagrids to viewers. Thank you so much, Sully. That's so generous, but also so fucking funny. Thank you so much. That was very enjoyable. Poor David, guys. David's newer to the community. We love David. He hasn't seen half of my alerts. Poor thing, right? Every alert that David experiences is going to be a fever dream. But hey, that's the beauty of being a new member in the community. You get to see everything fresh. Look at us. Look at us go. That thunderstorm is thundering. Holy shit. So fresh and so clean. Thank you again, Sully. That's so lovely. And for breakfast, a pizza. That's still one of my favorites. And maybe Daddy's favorite, just because what the fuck is that? It's like an onion. Exactly. Thank you, Ab. Are you going to bed, doll? And thank you. No, you. Adjust their attitude. I, too, would like to adjust their attitude, babe. You're right. You're right about that. No, I get it. I bloody yawn at 7 p.m. these days. It's a miracle I'm even live, and I know it's only 4:30. Daddy's fine. I can't believe we went so weird. Again, I love it, but like, what's with the Peppa Pig thing we did there for a little bit? Pussy tossing is one of my vocal stims for better or for worse. Really? That's so nice. It's been a great spring break. Spring break, sorry. I'm gonna miss being up late with you. Oh, Sully. I'm glad you enjoyed it though. The porking? The porking. Mm-hmm. Victor and the botched circumcision gets me every time. It was good to see you, App. It really was. Hey, pizza guy. Thank you for delivering my pizza. Do you want a slice? Wait, how far is summer for you guys? Oh, wait. It's June, right? I just realized because I'm in winter, which is so funny because I'm going to be like, and Chris is going to be wearing singlets. Chris, me too, babe. It's half-half. Just the way you like it. I can't wait to move. Actually, we can move the porn corner now. Wait. Let's cook. This would be so funny to look at when you come into the porn corner. Like your boner will be gone, but I won't do that. Hi, Jeffy baby. How are ya? Currently winter, spring, summer in Texas. Who's Tex? Jeffy, have you been a nasty girl, doll? Here's the question. I think we invest in a bigger shelf for the porno. Oh, how's the RSL, doll? Did you win a jackpot? Oh, my back. Oh. Oh, David. Wait. That's so nice. You like the Aussie accent, doll. Okay, mod for 3, though, doll. Jenny, the staff member, got upset because she had to write a check for me and she doesn't like me. What? Why doesn't Jenny like you two? Jeffy, you are... I'm just so happy for you. Anytime you ring or message and it's the weekend, I'm like... What happened, doll? Tell me, baby. Tell mummy, baby. I keep putting my feet up near the machine. She tells me up. How old is Jenny? Yeah, we do need a big one. You're right, Mickey. You're right. Do it, pussy. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Yeah. 65? Oh, bless. Put your feet down, please. Babes, Carla vibes are sorry. Immaculate. Snore. Sorry. You're my babe, right? You're my babe. I don't know what that voice is. Sorry, I'm out of it. I'm just moving my porno, guys. 1 second. Because we've unlocked an actual porn area. Do I want Diagon Alley or do I want? Because that could be cool to put something here, like some posters, I think. Just gonna use this now so I have to go back and forth. Oh yeah. Now playing double swirl hag. A botched could heal me. What the hell? A botched? That's a crazy sentence. Oh, we gotta get all the posters. Yeah. Yep. This is the porn. Hi, Chimes. How are you, Jill? Oh, yeah. I wish we had beaded curtains so bad, Geek. So bad. So bad. get the cup chair. Wait, it is Doggo? That's quite cute. I wouldn't have guessed that. It's actually funny hearing everyone's favorite alerts. Because if you were like, all right, Carla, try and guess my favorite alert, I'd be like, fuck, I don't know. Like ooh. Like obviously, I don't know. I just never would have, I never guess correctly what people's faves are. But I love that you have your favorite. 500 word limit. Oh, dope. Hey, pizza man. Thank you for delivering my pizza. You want a slice? I can't believe that happened live and I wasn't even trying to be funny. I just was a freak in 2019. I need more adult. Yeah, I'll put this in here. Do I make that red and saucy? Wait, am I still a freak? I've been a nasty girl, nasty, I've been a nasty girl. I'm gonna put the drinks in here because people will need a refreshment. Can I put it? Oh, I can. Yes, I can. Not me having to be like... Wait, that's funny. I might have to do that. Okay. Make him crawl. I think Believe by Share cover might take my face, but fuck. No. Yeah, we should buy more cuppies. Doggo. People who don't know that Alert Doggo has no idea what they're in for. They're like, wait, so what is it? So, wait, one sec. So, what alert? What do you do in the alert? So what is it? I might make this sci-fi. I don't know. Unless we make a little romance comedy area in here. Maybe romance and comedy. We don't have a lot of money. Because I want to make a little area. Oop. Laughing for the porner. Trying to be so vague. Because I kind of want to... I kind of want to do like a 3 here. Oh, I need to move this. Sci-fi and horror often paired. Yeah, maybe sci-fi horror in there. That'd be nice. And this is like comedy and romance. Because you can have romantic comedies And then people gooning here, which is still needs work, but I need money, so I can't really do much right now. And I want to. Maybe I'll do this for now. Oh. Maybe I'll do this for now. And then I'll figure it out once I have more money. And then I want this to be horror and... Oh, I have a spare shelf. Nice. Get their adrenaline pumping before they pump other things. And I've been saying that. Yeah. Exactly. Well, I do ultimately want to have 3 walls of horror, to be honest.
Okay, Rebecca, with the hair.
Do we have... Oh, I can sell this because... $12. Christmas is over soon. I might sell this because this is sci-fi. We'll put this here because it's sci-fi, sorry. And I'll just put this here just cause there'll be a new release coming out soon. And then coffin. Can I layer this? No. I don't want to put it here. It just seems out of place. Maybe I put over here for now. Work in progress. Yeah, I know. I want to put the TV somewhere though. Unless I just sell it. Maybe I let them goon to it. I wish you could put double swirl hag on it. Oh, I could do this maybe. Wait. I can never do it. I never line that up. Do I like it like that? I think I want it long ways. That's what she said. Well, that's what I'm saying. How are you doing? Wait, is this too... No. Okay, I was gonna say. I think that's clean. It's definitely a work in progress. I don't think I like this. I might get rid of that. Goon material. Okay, it's a bit bare at the moment, but I will fix it. We just need to make some shmoney. So let's open the store. I don't like where this is at right now because I've moved horror. But I will figure it out. I'm just going to leave it like that for now. I kind of miss horror being there, to be honest. But I do think this deserves 2 walls of horror because... Or I can do what I want to do. Although I think it's hard for me because I like this. I like the neon. I think all of this is really fun. But yeah, I don't know. I wanna wait till someone goes into a goon area.
Oh.
A frosty poppet. Oh, frosty puppet.
Oh.
Why are they all standing around here? You know what we need? We need a wall of new releases here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I think we need... That's what it's missing. I won't get it now, obviously. I need this. I need 2 rows of new releases. Because they sell for, I think, $7. Hold. Yeah, a new release is 7. So we really should be putting a whole wall of new releases here. And just investing in them. Gonorrhea. I know. Little row of UFRs? Oh shit, that's not what she wanted. Gonorrhea. Wait, you took the word out of my hole. Oh, Mickey. Cute, I got a pee soon. I just really want to make the money. I gotta make money.
Ooh.
Unless I sell all of these. But I'm gonna want them anyway. Someone come into the goon corner, pussies. Come on. We have snacks and me.
They might have heard it. Wait, so
Come in. Ooh, yes, yes, yes. Hello. If you direct your eyes over here, we have some fantastic... Okay. Yeah. Squeezing werewolf? Okay. 2. Go for a 3rd. Okay, we'll take 2. Oh, gone so soon. Okay. Hello, ma'am. I do recommend this shelf. He's gonna beat you to it. Alright. We've got a couple pussies in here. Alright, next time. Maybe we need to grow some... You know what? We're not gonna go there. Enjoy, guys. Don't be shy. Enjoy it in there. I don't judge you. I judge you for not going in there, to be honest.
Oh.
Can't believe you said gonorrhea. I'm dead. Ah, yes. Make the money for me, babe. We need new releases. Although, what I could do is... an old movie. Here you go, doll. Alright, let's buy a big boy. Yep. They're intimidated. I kind of do miss my porno, but... Hi. It's only because we don't have everything I want. Yes, sir. You have to... You have to pay. I can't believe these people break my tape and then go, you know, oh, double swirl hag, great. If this guy is the double swirl hag, I'm gonna lose it because he has taste. Waves, yes. Wait, hi to the customers? I'm really attached to them.
Hey.
Pay up. Hello. Holiday break-in? Yep.
Ooh.
I thought you were a man with class. Look, once everything looks nice again, I'll be confident. I kind of wish... Okay. Come on, babe. And while I have it there, work faster, please, babe. I kind of wish it was beard... Like, not beard. Beaded?
Oh.
I think the beads... The beads, sorry, are much better. Do you have any more horror here? Holiday break-in. New release, guys? I have to get used to everything again. Jumbo Manhunt? Can I get oh, you the double swirl hag slut? I love it. Now this is my favorite. You have a cheeky night. There's soda in the back. Are you going in the back, baby? No, you're just washing it down with some Christmas. I like that. Alright. Never mind. That's reserved. It will be organized, I swear. I will hunt you down. Well, there's a lot of porn. This is kids. Jumbo Manhunt. More like just adult, 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 adult. Stunning. Excuse me. Don't mind me, guys. Not looking. Not looking. Interesting. Hardcore soft doll. Science fiction. Your legs painted on doll. There you go. While I'm over there. That's fantasy, my bad. And then we have our last few. Alright, holiday break-in, new release. Jester in Autumn, classic. Ooh, it is storming tonight, babes. Action and old. Hello, Dylan. No match I have. Sorry, I'm so locked. Of course I love the Peppers doll. My cousin's getting married next weekend and he's a big fan. So I definitely think there's going to be a lot of chili. Do you say old? I forget what he wanted.
Ooh.
Psychic spies from trying to steal your mind, Alicia. No! No, don't say that. I kind of want to get more 20 random movies. 20? Okay, how's the porn going? I do have to get more I need to make that hot in there. I do need to move romance into in here. Oh, David.
Naughty boy.
Above Average David has gifted a sub to Machop_fan.
Wait, that's my goat. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. That's really kind. Yeah, we're starting very soon, which is going to be fun. Very, very fun. Her. And happy. Oh, now I want fairy floss. I feel empty. I feel empty. I'm gonna get this one here. I think the promotion's over soon, right? That's okay. We missed the thing. I did start late. I can fill you up, though. Go on. Go on, then. Try some porn to fill you up. Alright, I might do a whole thing of Mr. Badge, the promo? I wonder if he'll tell me. Here, I'll have a look. I'll have a look. Back to Twitch. I'll see. Wonder if it tells you. Drops and rewards. All campaigns. Sorry, there's no music. Is it under campaign? The cozy doll? Is it raining where you are? Ah. Yeah, it closed yesterday. It was running for 2 weeks. That's okay. Honestly, I didn't have everything ready in time. That's alright. I didn't even get the badge myself. What time is it for me? It is, yes, 5:03. If I'm happy to answer, but if I'm ever locked in and you want to know, we do have a time command as well. I'm gonna go check on Mimi and P, guys. Give me a sec. Oh, I want to see this rain. Oh, yeah. Ori. Ori. Okay. Mimi, I'm telling you, is just a little girl. I'll sit on the couch for 1 second and check out the rain, and she's immediately on my lap. I'm like, babe, don't do this to me. So cute. Chimes, you're good. What the hell? In fact, you're great. Got you. I have a 14-year-old tabby named Mimi Girl, and she's honestly just so friendly and sweet. She's so beautiful. Got her when I was 16. Alright, let's close up. What did I make today? Full screen the shirt? I can try. Go away. Except I don't want you to go away. I want you to stay. But the shirt says it. Honestly, kind of cool. I like the swirls. The swirls are fun. She's 14. She turned 14 on the 12th. Isn't that crazy? Mommy's working, sweetie. Little baby. 544? Where am I making money? 510 on rentals? What? What? Oh my god, okay. Wait, Chris, it's so funny. I saw the not the title, but the photo of it, and ooh. And that looks silly. Oh my god. And then everyone's saying it's amazing, so oopsies. I'm gonna do something crazy. Yeah, apparently it's really good. I wonder the porn. I know, the revenue. But you're cooking the cream out of this cream. What? Yeah, I am. Hold. Oh. Oops. Got your clit. Want it back? Come down to Coles. I'm gonna buy... First date night. As husband and wife. Wow! Sorry, that's so cool. Oh, bloody cute. Enjoy, Mickey. I'll see you next time, doll. I'm not doing a massive stream today, so if I don't see you later, I'll see you not tomorrow, but in fact the next day. Because that's what I'm streaming next. But thank you for your support this week. Especially. Where's my Gmail? Popping off. Hello? I don't know. I gotta fill this up because they're worth $7 a pop. So if I sell more, or sorry, rent more new releases, we will then make more money. Couldn't help myself. Oh, you cheeky slash. No, keep going, Dawn. Little spooky movie. I know. It looked pretty intense. I didn't see the first one, but I saw the trailer to this one. And I was bloody shocked. I was like, oh my god. That'd be terrifying. Bloody spooky to me, David. I hate being chased. Playing hide and seek where you might die is terrifying to me. But you're also right, because it looks very violent. But also, violence scares me. I'm a puss when even watching people fight in a movie scares me. Like if they're just punching each other, I'm like, ah, stop, stop. Stop it. One moment. Hello? Oh, he wants me to reserve porn? Come in and get it yourself, you puss. I'm joking. I'm joking. I think the only way I can really make shmoney. No, don't chase me, Mr. Killer. I think so, Chimes. I'd like to. I forgot about, bloody that. I gotta book everything, although I'm not in the position to do so right now. But I think I'd try to book by June for it. I'd love to go, yeah. I'm gonna try to. By try, I mean it would have to be pretty hard for me not to go. Unless I truly can't afford it, but I'm going to try so hard. I do like a thriller more than horror. I'll say that. I love, love, love a thriller. Horror is like gore for me. Or if I can't look at it. Like if I can't look at the screen, it's a horror. But a lot of people would hear them like, no, it's not. I'm just a puss. And that's okay.
Ooh.
So I think you put a sci-fi with Christmas movies. You're right, baby. Thank you. Do you want it? God, keen eye, doll. Keen eye. Can you work a bit faster, baby? Oh, damn. I've never seen one of those, David. That would give me the heebie-jeebies, though. I'm a C-section.
Ooh.
My poor mother. And the thought of it makes me go, oh, God, how did you do it? You got me, so I guess it was pretty worth it. But, oh, my God. Heebie-jeebs. Keen eye, doll. Good to see that cunt Charlotte is gone. It's crazy. But speak on it. Speak on it, babe. Bloody speak on it. I want to make 500 again today. She's just doing a poo. She'll be back in a second. She'll be back in just a moment. Oh. Ooh, a lot of porn being returned, guys. We're so back. We're so back. Let me kiss my milk. I know, crowd favorite. Crowd favorite. I will never yuck your yum, babe. And you know why? Because I am your yum. Next question. Yes, I can show you a little bit. I will say though, Count, I'm so sorry. I am under renovation, so it's not very pretty. But I can show you what I've unlocked so far. I still have a few things I have to unlock. Aww. But I'll give you a little look. Give me a moment. So we need these two. So this is, I'll show you this area here. This is A, and then I'll show you D and F. This is A, comes down like this, very nice. Little sci-fi horror area. We have a lot of people needing help. One moment. Holiday break-in.
Ooh.
And you're gonna pay your fee. Thank you. Anyway, so we just have some... We have some stuff here. We have our movies for sale, our new releases, action, Christmas. Down here is new. So we haven't, hi Mimi girl. We haven't customized this yet. But this is D, or F. This is the other area. And then this is the $750 area you can unlock, which I think is for adult. The adult tapes. Has a built-in thing like this. I think it's for the adult stuff. I think. We're going to rename sections because porn room should be section XXX. Look, I should call it XXX, but I like saying porn room because it's so, like, stupid. It's the porner. It's the porner. Or the poon. The porn room. But that's all I've unlocked so far. I've unlocked This one. Business is booming. I'm just saving up money now because I need to buy decorations. So we'll get there. It's hard being an entrepreneur. Yeah, the smiley balloons are cute. Look at all the returns. Wow. Hi. My old video shop had slush puppies. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Adult, 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 adult. Did we get all the adult here? Don't get me started on the cloud, least don't. Double Swell Hag's back. Wait, is it Monday or Sunday? Saturday, maybe. Saturday. Fantasy. Fantasy. Christmas. Christmas. Science. Christmas. Science. Science. Christmas. And my hands are full. Fantasy, 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 fantasy. Christmas, Christmas. Sci-fi. Christmas. Sci-fi. Yeah, chat, I got you. I'm not gonna do what I was trying to do just then. Kid. All the romance is taken?
Naughty boy.
What's going on? Chimes.
Chimes 4 days has gifted a sub to Chateau Lobby.
Doll, what the hell? Thank you. That is so nice. Thank you, doll. That's very sweet of you to do. Thank you for that. A little bit too nice, actually. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel, but also giving someone ad-free viewing. That's really nice. My absolute goat. Yes? Excuse me, excuse me. Whoa! Chateau. Comedy? Comedy? Adult? Child? Action? It's so time consuming putting everything back. But I think it's more time consuming letting her do it with Love and Light. She takes way longer than I do. Which is fine. Ooh, I don't have that. I can sell these soon, but honestly...
Wow.
Sorry, I love math. Oh my god, David. I'm bad at math, but I'm glad you love math. Someone's got to. I'm terrible at it. Beep. I think I'd be good at it. I get stuff done way faster than I'm doing in this game. Although it'd probably get annoying when no one rewound. I think I need more I should put more fantasy on the other side. Late. Do they think this is some sort of joke? Bello! Hi, Liz. How are you, doll? Alright.
Hey.
Hey, I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm buying 10 random movies. I don't think I would have gotten what I wanted right now, but that's okay. I'm gonna put more fantasy over here. Action. Yes, you broke it, you bought it. Uh-oh, cutie alert! How are you, Liz? Okay, we're killing it. Sour bombs. Oops. Oh, we all love caramel popcorn, why not? She's still working. Restocking. Can't believe I'm still playing this video. Alright, cool. I do like bad jokes, however, I've heard most of them in 8 years of streaming. But I can appreciate a bad joke, but I might not laugh out loud anymore because I've heard them a lot. Sim Saturday! I wasn't meant to be live today, but I went, ooh, mummy wants to. And here I am. Here she is. Somebody stop me. She's been there, done that. I can still appreciate them though. Mimi girl. Guys. She's good. She's getting over her sickness. She's much better. See, David, see, that's clever. That's a clever one. You gotta remind me, you gotta say that when mum comes in, because she'll write that down. She was sicky. I think she was run down. But she's much better now. Mimi is much better now, doggo. She had the flu too. She was sneezing. I had to basically blow her nose, poor thing. It's spring! What do we get here? Action hero in town? Spring break? Spring break. Sorry. April Fool's Day. We need more comedy. And a new release day. $15 random movies. Hopefully some comedy got in there. Yep, nice. Alright, wait, hold. Some comedy! Yeah, she's much better now. She's not sneezing as much as she was, poor thing. She was a little sneezy girl. And she's never been sick like that before. So when she would sneeze, like she would have little snot bubbles hanging out of her nose. Like this tiny little bubble. I'm like, girl, I don't know. Wait, she's a bit floppy at the moment. But she's better. Look at her. Yeah. Yeah. But she's been very clingy. Even though she's always clingy, but more. Nice puss, thanks, baby. But yeah, she's been very clingy. She smells so good. Oh my god. But I love her for that, you know? Get some comedy going there. Yeah, she's very purry. She'll be sitting on the couch next to me. I'm not even touching her and she's purring. So she's a purry girl. Purr girl. Purry baby. Very cute. Yeah. She drools as well when she's really happy. One moment. Oh, she's just happy to be a part of it. Oh, it's him. I've been live 2 hours? God, time flies. Holy shit. Today's not going to be a long one, but I just wanted to pop on to say hello. I just can't believe how fast time goes with this game. Wowza. My bad. Oh my god, same. Rewind. I need to get another horror shelf. The holiday break-in. Girth over length. Time be flying. Okay, new color. Will. I gotta end stream whenever I do. And honestly, I have to do more testing for my Nintendo stream. It was so close to working, but it wasn't perfect, so if I can figure that out, we're golden. Satan and his ghost. Need more romance too. Yippee! Liz, thank you. Yeah, really nice that they did that. Too nice. Like, because of them, we can experience Pocopia together, because there's no way I could have without them. Like, straight up. I might have been able to in like 6 months. Maybe. And that would have been fine. That would have been fine, but it's nice that we can do it while it's still fresh, you know? So, that was very sweet of them. That's okay, David. I know what to do. It's just being a little picky. I know I'll be able to get it to work. It just always happens with me and my PC when it comes to using my capture card. It always does this. But we always fix it as well. Hello, Dawn. It's working, Liz, but it wasn't picking up. Like, I don't want to do display capture. I want to do game capture. And it was just a bit picky. I mean, I can do display capture worst case scenario. Like, if it's not perfect, we can have that. But Chris was like, Chris was giving me some tips. It's probably just OBS, to be honest. We will sort it out. Oh, I just realized we're going to my cousin's wedding this weekend. Bloody bad time to drive 4 hours there and back with the petrol. Whoops. Not ideal, but we will shake it on the dance floor. Yeah, because is petrol high for everyone at the moment? Not just Oz, right? I will give some petrol money though, because like, that's ridiculous. The one time it's good that I don't drive a lot. Liz. Oh, sorry. I don't even have a dress yet as well. Why? Yeah. Yeah. I don't even have a dress for the wedding yet. Guys, I didn't realize I have no, like, wedding guest dresses. I don't have anything, like, formal.
Hey.
Not good.
Oh.
Oh. Great. Go sneeze. Go sneeze. Oh my god, sorry. I better not be getting sick. Oh my god, I hope not. I can't afford to be sick. What am I doing? She's going to pee, guys. She'll be back in a second. No, I don't. I don't. I think that's mainly because I've lost weight since my last bridesmaid dress. So I think I donated a lot of my dresses because it simply wouldn't fit anymore. The last dress that I went to, I was a different size as well. So either way, whoopsies. Whoopsies. That would have been handy. I wonder, I was thinking about this, I had this dress that I wore to a wedding a couple years ago, and I actually really liked it, but I just need to get a different size, but I don't know where I bought it. True, I could thrift. See if they have a size. Thrifting in Oz is very hit or miss, which I think is, the same for everyone, like, or maybe there's different places that are better, but every time I've gone to a thrift store, there's just really nothing or my vibe. And that's fine. But you never know. Man, I love thrifting. I'll give it a go though. I've taken my shellac off, so now I'm bare. But it actually feels nice to have nothing on my nails. I usually do it, and I don't think haven't had anything on my nails in like 3 years. Kind of feels nice. Guys, how would you describe our political rules? I think important things are good to talk about. I also want it to be an escape for people. So, we have a current events in our Discord. Because, like, we do rant. We do rant, and, like, I'm all for talking about things that need to be spoken about. Like, I'm never going to be quiet. But also, some days it's good to kind of have a couple of minutes where we can just be goofy, you know? Is that probably right, guys? I feel like you know the community better than I do sometimes. Like, my rules are so loose. We just want respect and fun, really. But yeah, right? I don't know how to describe it. We have current events for when we want it to be a little bit lighter in the chat, but we do talk about it sometimes at length, if that makes sense. Yeah, so current events is better to really go off and pop your puss, you know? But then we do have moments where we talk here and there. We just don't like it to get too heavy, just because the world is already heavy enough, I guess. Who I always knew were good people, but they... Yes, no, I get that, David. Yeah. I think a lot of people can relate to that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, exactly, Pizza. Yeah, we want to stay informed. Yeah. No, I get that. A lot of people, I've heard that as well. And I do apologize. Yeah, Rude, exactly. So, like, it's good to be informed. And I do think it's good to rally together and talk about it. Trust me. My chat's very American-based certain times of day. So I understand, like, things are quite heavy around the world, especially in the States right now. But, like, globally, we can all feel the weight of the world right now. I definitely understand. I think there's been a lot of posts that describe it better than I am right now. My brain's kind of fried. But basically, I agree with you. I'm with you. Sometimes we like to have some goofs and some gaffes because of the weight in normal day-to-day life. So I think some people come to Twitch to have a little bit of an escape and be like, all right, can we just talk about cum for a sec? You know what I mean? Like, obviously not that crude. You get what I'm trying to say. But like, can we just have a little bit of a giggle? Please, I need a giggle. I need some whimsy. But then also it's like, I'm with you guys and you're not alone. Like, it's heavy. It's a lot. Yeah. So I do, I do get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. Yeah. So it's a middle ground for sure. It's a middle ground. Right. Someone say, come. But it's also like, I find this in any chat as well. This is not talking about mine. But I find sometimes it's good to read the room in a chat. Like, I've been in different streams where everyone's celebrating something exciting or there's a lot of whimsy in chat. And then out of nowhere, it gets derailed by something really, really heavy. I think reading the room's important and communicating with the streamer and the community. Be like, hey, can I just talk about something real quick? Or I think being transparent as well and reading the room and asking about resources. And that's why we created the current events channel. And we have a vent channel as well, because as much as it's good to vent, and I vent as well, like, it's nothing, I think venting is good. Sometimes we want to keep or steer the topic in a certain way as much as we can. Sometimes we can't help it. Geek, but you're my go. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Welcome in chat. Oh, wait. Okay. I have found super wrong chats, no play chats, but none where I can go off. Real. Real. Honestly, there is, I will say, chat, back me up here. Because I definitely think we've had moments where we're all going off. Me as well. There's definitely been moments where we've all gone off. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Like, I think it's just the timing of it. We've definitely had moments where I've erupted and everyone's erupted with me as well. I think it's just timing for everyone to, like, yeah. I think it's just timing. Yeah, we've definitely had vents. My brain's a bit fried today, I'll be honest with you. No one's done anything wrong. But if you find me struggling to get my words, it's because it's my 11th stream straight and I'm a little bit fried. Hopefully you can get what I'm saying. I was on so hyper and hi, Chris called me out. What? Yeah. No, I love, that's really nice as well. There's different vibes to every chat. Yeah, rude. Exactly. Listen, cozy and energetic, I think, is a great way to describe us. But then also, there's been days where we're talking about real shit. You know, like we're having a big, serious discussion. I think it happens naturally, but I think we also like to keep a middle ground as well, you know? Oh yeah, David, for sure. Buddy, calm down. Yeah. Chris is good like that. Like, unless you're being really, really, really like, you won't. I'm the same. Like, I'll straight up be like, no, yeah, exactly, pizza. Everyone has their own vibe. There'll be some days where someone will come in and say something blatantly rude, like actually rude, or maybe homophobic, or something I just can't stand for, and they'll get immediate bye. But most of the time, especially if you've been here a couple times and I know your intention, I'll be like, hey, not today. If you can just like not talk about that, or you're hurting my feelings. I know you're not intentionally trying to do that, but can we not? And then what happens next is up to them. If they go, yeah, my bad, all good, you're fine. If you then start attacking me, then it's like, oh, we're going to have a problem. But I'm always nice about it. I'm never just going to kick you out unless you were being really rude.
Savannah
Like,
Nicole
really rude.
underscore just subscribed. Love you, Carla girl, and love you, chat.
David, you
Carl's
could never
love,
mess
Carl's
anything
love,
up.
Carl's love.
Savannah, thank you for 14. How are you, doll? Oh, I appreciate that. What is this? I appreciate that a lot. What? I don't understand what this is. What does this mean? What does this mean? Oh, it's April Fool's Day. Okay. Four eyes? What does that mean? Daddy's fine.
Leg titty kaka.
Thank you, Ginger.
Hakuna.
What happened?
Tatas.
Good night, Snail.
That one ginger girl just resubbed for 18 months. Daddy's favorite and my favorite.
Hakuna.
That's nice, Al. Thank you for saying that. I try to. Most of the time, I can understand your tone. Most of the time, if you're a regular, I know exactly what tone you're giving me. And then sometimes, if I'm a bit anxious or whatever the case may be, I will clarify. So thank you for saying that, because it's not fair. Like, you get my tone, you get my facial expressions, you get my hand gestures, I get text. So it's so fair and normal that I might think someone's intention's not nice, and I'll clarify that and give them a chance. You know what I mean? I get it's so fine. I'm also a sensitive person, and I'll state that. Like we know Mikey. Mikey's his jokes are pretty dry, and if I'm not feeling good and he says a joke that I just won't take funny that day, I'll straight up say on stream, "Hey, I know you're not meaning to be mean. I'm not taking it good today. Can we tone down on the jokes? I'm not taking they're not funny today. I'm sensitive. Please don't." And then they go, "Okay, no worries." Like, you know what I mean? You just got to communicate. David, that's so random. I have no ass. I've been loving the YouTube VODs of Japan. I know Chris was giving you shit like you caught too much, but I want it all. There'll be more, Savannah. There'll be more. I have so much content that I'm gonna make another vlog. It won't be as structured, but I'll give you vlog extras if you want. That is. Thank you for the resubs, guys. You're my favorite. Liz, it's taken me years, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I never used to have boundaries on stream. I never used to. Not because I didn't want to. I just think I was too young and didn't understand. By too young, I mean like 21. And my frontal lobe wasn't there yet, and it was trial and error, you know. And then it got to a point where I was like, I gotta do better here, you know. I want it all. Yeah, I want to do another vlog. Yes, yes, yes. But anyway, sorry. Long story short. Do better for yourself. Yeah, long story short, we talk about everything here. Sometimes we keep it light. Sometimes we talk about serious stuff, about reading the room, listening to the community, listening to myself. But safe place as much as I can control. So I try to keep it as safe as I can, but it is the internet. So at any point, at any time, it might not be safe. But I do what I can to control that environment as best as I can. You know? Put your ass away! That's why I call it a garden. Plant the seeds you want, pick the weeds you don't. Hello? Welcome to the BBC. Up next, Peppa Pig's dad gets porked. Find out tonight, will he become Daddy's favourite? David!
Above
Oh, I love that
David
alert.
has
So,
gifted 20
fuck it.
subs.
I could say
Naughty
it.
boy.
That alert is such a fever dream. David! Thank you. Me screaming, Daddy's favourite. David, that's so nice and generous. Oh my god. Please make sure you're thinking. No, that one is kind of... No, that's not even... You know what's kind of funny, Pizza? Do you agree, guys, that that's not my craziest alert? I really don't think... Which is crazy, because that is fucked. Everything you said in response to everything I said was genuinely perfect. Oh, stunning. Stunning. That's why you're above average, David. No, but seriously, thank you for that. That is so kind. God, no, not at all. Em's favorite alert is me going, get that pussy out, girl. Work for that rent. Anyway, sorry. Thank you so much. That is so generous. And it means so much to me. And I can't tell you. Like, I don't want to get on the rant about how much that means to me, but it does. Thank you so much.
Nice tits! Yeah! Get that pussy out, girl! Work for that rent!
That was a good stream, Sully. Listen, guys. I genuinely don't know how I get away with some of this shit. My alerts are so disgusting. Remember that time Twitch gifted subs? And I think in my alert, it said something sus. I don't know. Thank you. Night, guys. Night, Chris. Sarah, listen. I don't know. We're just going over the fact that my alerts are just fucked. I don't even know what to tell you. Thank you so much, David. Thank you, Eb. That's hilarious. I appreciate it so much. Chris, I'm so excited to play Scamline. You're a boss, baby girl. Oh my god, David! Sniping Sarah.
Naughty boy.
Hi, Michaela.
Above
That was so
David
funny,
has
Doggo.
gifted a sub to Sir_Smiles.
Thank you for sniping Sarah. Ad-free viewing. Yup. Thank you so much. That's super, super kind. I really, 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 really appreciate that. Mama Mia. But you dodged, and I can't have that. The dodge is crazy. Is that Chris with Super Battle Golf? I swear to God if it is. It's like, hey, I know my friend. Like, it's actually hilarious. I knew that off a single sound. I think I'm built different. I think I'm that bitch. Sorry. Chris. Listen. Yeah. No, but seriously, that's... You're scared. Are you off? Aren't you off? Are you offline, bro? What are you doing? Are you wanting to play offline 1v1 battle golf? What are you doing? You just finished stream. Why are you wanting to play battle golf offline? You just said you're scared. What? Didn't you just do 10 hours? Chris, 5 gifted for battle golf. I'm joking. Chris Mel's typing a message. What the hell? Bro's afraid I'm dead. What? Well, I'm gonna call him on Steam, see if he answers. Hey.
Yo, what up, dude?
Whoa, that's so loud. Why do you want to play battle golf? Like a freak. Oh, here he goes. What?
Nah.
Are you high? What's up? Sam!
Oh, looks like you're... Yo, sandwich community, neatdude.com. Do you want to play battle golf 1v1 right now for the people at home?
Sam, how are you? 1 second, brother. Okay, Sam, I don't know what's going on.
Wait, Sam, join us with
Sam,
1v1 battle
I'm
golf.
playing...
9 holes, 9 holes.
I'm playing Retro Rewind, and I get a from Steam, and I literally call it straight up. I'm like, this is Chris wanting to play battle golf, and it was. I have no idea why he wants to play battle golf. He just finished his stream.
Sam,
Isn't it 4
join
a.m.?
us Sam, join us or you're scared.
He keeps saying I'm scared. Sam, why does he keep doing this to us? What the hell?
Sam.
3 a.m. Sam, what were you playing? We gotta talk to Sam first. They raided in. Are you scared? Guys, I'm not scared. What the hell? I'm down for golf if you want, David. You're my goat. Just remember that. I can't play. My arms are broken.
She's making an excuse. She has nothing going on. She's afraid.
Why are we afraid to play? I'll 1v1 you if that's what you want. Like, I just don't want you to lose.
Oh no, I'm down to win or lose. I don't care. I just want to play.
Can you just tell me why you want to play randomly at what, 3 a.m.?
I played all night. It was fun.
And you want to play randomly again? You thought, you know what? I'm just gonna invite. No, because I'll say yes for a bit in 30 minutes, and then I'll want a PB&J. No, why do you make the PB&J now?
No, play for the bit and then we fuck off after 30 minutes.
Sam, you, Chris, and I scam line right now.
Scam line.
I'm kidding.
There's no shot.
I'm kidding.
No shot.
Sam, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm just so confused right now.
Why are we talking on scene? This is so weird.
Isn't it funny? Like, it's kind of funny.
Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My impressions are good. I'll win. Wait, Sam, I need that actually.
Wait, you want to hear me sound like Sam?
Yeah, go.
Guys, yeah, I just posted a new video on YouTube. Love you guys. Yeah, I'll see you next time.
All right, I'll do a good impression.
Okay.
Guys, wait, no. What's my LA accent? What's my American accent? That was so bad. Wait. It's not valid.
Guys,
hey everyone, I'm really pretty and funny, and I have everything going for me.
wait. Okay. Yours was worse.
Yeah, it was. Okay, but I'm Australian. He's American. It's worse
Guys,
that he's fucking
I'm trying to. Yeah, I guess I'm driving a Porsche and getting a bag today from Maybelline. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream.
Sam should get that bag, but also,
Of course,
can
I
you
agree.
do
Also,
Christopher Walken? I can do one. You do yours first.
Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
I'm playing the battle golf, and I'm having fun, but I'm also here.
All right. Well, I'm Christopher Walken, Foo Fighters, and I'm walking over here. No, I'm losing it. Sorry, guys. That was really bad. What can I do an impression that is good? Oh, I know. Oh, homie. Oh, homie. Huh? Is that Homer?
I don't know.
Oh, sandwich.
I don't
You're
wanna be
so
around him anymore.
pretty. You know Sam dreamed about me?
Yeah, you and Crispy, random.
Can you do guys too nervous to ask if he can go to the bathroom, keep it he's too short to see over the counter? Hi. I really gotta go. Can I borrow the key? Please. And maybe if that's alright, I would like to borrow the key to pee.
Have you guys ever met in real life?
No, you know this.
Not bad.
Sorry.
I'll crop with you, sweetie pie.
Okay, Mickey Mouse. Sam, we haven't, right?
See, you guys don't even know. You don't even know, man.
No, because it's impossible. Unless you're at Chris's house or Amsterdam TwitchCon 2022, it's impossible.
She's never left her house aside from those 3 things.
Now that you mention it, unless we bumped into each other, but I don't think we met in Amsterdam, right? Bro said my
Wait.
bad.
Wait, JerseyCon 2027.
Wait, Sam. Come to Australia, because Chris is too pussy to. We can make content.
Ooh, too pussy too.
Come to Australia.
No, she can't go to Australia. She's already been. She's done.
Yeah,
She's done there.
no. But it's Sydney.
No,
It's not.
she's
It's not
over it.
fucking.
Nope.
No.
it's
Sam,
not gonna
stay with me. Like I
won't
understand. No, shh. I understand, but we're in Sydney, baby. We're not in Melbourne.
A B C D.
Come to
E,
Sydney.
F, G.
I'll treat you so good.
You're not gonna ever convince her to go back to Australia.
Sam, but I'm not them, and I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm different.
Sam, what about Newark, New Jersey in the summer? Come on, think about it.
Sam, but I'm different. Look at me. You think
But listen
this
to
is
me.
gonna? You think this is gonna not
Yeah.
rock your world?
Yeah.
What? I'm different. You dreamed about me. Get over here.
Yeah, she dreamed about you.
Yeah. Josie, meet up at the diner.
Carla, come on back.
Hey, I'm not gonna
It's
say what I'm
easiest
about
for
to say.
everyone.
I'll-
It's just
I'll-
easiest for everyone, man.
Listen. How about everyone comes to Sydney, Australia? Meet my cat. She's 14. She's on her last legs. You need to meet her.
From Moose 16.
Yeah, but Moo's moo. Okay, guys, we're having a quick break because we're playing some battle golf, and then we'll come back.
We're playing battle golf? I'm
Oh,
going to bed.
don't you do this.
Took way too long to join.
Don't you dare. Sam, boot up.
Ain't no way Sam's booting up. She doesn't even own this game.
But Sam, what about we see a part of Australia that we both haven't seen, like Adelaide. That has heaps to do there.
Adelaide.
Guys, there's no point doing a gamble because he's about to shoot me 5 times and I have 200 ping.
Wait, why don't we play on your ping?
Okay.
Okay, you start the lob then, buddy.
All right then, pal.
Good.
How do I invite you?
I don't know.
Oh. If anyone's gonna rock your world, it's me. Exactly.
Sam
Sorry
makes
guys,
much
driving through a
sense
tunnel.
as a
Hope you guys-
doctor. Must be nice, man.
Driving through a tunnel's crazy. But seriously, thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. Sorry you came into this, but it's real nice that you raided.
Talking disc, I think you
Yeah,
sound like
okay.
shit and I probably sound like
You
shit
sound like
also.
shit as well. Okay, I'll see you soon.
Yeah, you sound like a fucking ass.
You sound like a fucking dickhead. I'll see you soon.
You sound like trash.
You
okay.
sound like a hole.
You sound like shit.
You sound like
stick.
a fuckhole. Hello?
Yep.
Hi.
Oh my god, much better.
Wait, feed Sam in.
Okay, need2.com. Let me get out of there. And... Oh, we have a... Oh, it's called Ball Chaz.
Yeah, remember that one time?
Boot up our
All right, whatever.
Uh-oh. I'll rock
Who
your world.
cares?
Come to Sydney.
If I see a Tim Tam, I'm going to have a Menti bee.
What do you want to see? That's not a Tim Tam. And it rhymes with
Please send me
Bala.
cicada crackers.
What the
Just a
fuck is
Tam.
that? Cicada
Or Tim.
crackers?
You know, I don't even think it's really like notably Australian, but when I was there, I would buy cicada crackers and I would dip them in hummus.
My sweet pea.
And
I
like
don't know what
potato.
you're talking about. This what
I
happened
know.
there in rural Melb, babe? I don't know.
This,
You
you
were
know,
scarred, and
the
I'm sorry
cicada
to hear that.
crackers, they really...
Cicada crackers.
Chris, I'm not gonna buy the game.
Cicada crackers. Turner crackers were real.
David, twitch.tv/Banthony if you want to fuck with me, yeah. But Carla, invite me or?
I did. How about you accept it? Okay.
Same, how was stream?
Good. I'm playing that scratch off game and it's taking over
There's a
me.
scratch off game?
I feel like XQC like 2 years ago.
This is
He
actually
was kind of better 2 years ago.
this is actually
know.
Chris.
Wait, how
He's
do I
just
join?
trolling.
Don't shout me out. You did not invite me.
I did. I keep pressing invite friend and it says,
How do I get it?
can you right click my name and join?
doesn't want to play with you.
Awkward Sam. After all this time,
Ooh,
made me
making
quit
up
my
a story
game.
so she doesn't have to play.
Stinky, stinky.
Uh-oh.
Wait, I can't believe you guys never bet IRL. That's
Guys,
crazy.
what if we played Vorp? Nope, sorry. I'm not gonna. No. But on stream, we must.
Let's play Bogo's Binted.
Let's play the game of friendship and fly to Sydney.
Ugh. You would love Vorp.
What's Vorp?
I'm just gonna start saying you would have loved Vorp, like to people like they're dead.
What is Vorp?
So you know that TikTok game people were playing where it's like everybody knows the word except for one person?
Oh yeah, let's do it right now.
Yeah, it's kind of weird with 3 people. Like it works, but it's kind of like when there's one imposter and 2 non-imposters, it's pretty easy
Wait,
to like.
game with us Tuesday. We're playing Scamline and then Vorp. with
Yeah,
you.
great. That's
No, actually, though.
my dream guest on my podcast.
Dream guest on my podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Sam's not in this game. Why'd you start it?
Because
I
I'm
didn't
being
wanna
a
play, I just
friend
wanted
and
to
I
be in the
know.
call.
Yes, I knew that.
Oh, you're not actually playing. Oh, but you're gonna be in the call. Okay, my bad.
Just wanted to be included.
Oh, okay. That's kind.
Thank
You
you.
don't own this game?
Nope.
Oh, my bad.
Retro Rewind got a DLC, guys. I will be playing it
This
again
is one of the
soon.
movies.
I swear. But Chris
Seeing,
convinced me to play a
Project
game.
Hail Mary tomorrow.
Oh, are you? I heard it's good.
I heard it's really good.
Maybe I'll go see it. I am an A-lister
For AMC.
for AMC. I get to
You
see
kinda give
4 movies.
AMC
It's
A-lister.
no. It's 4 movies a week for free. Well, it's not
For
free. You pay
free?
$27. You pay $27 a month, and you can see 4 movies a week at AMC.
They didn't even make that many movies.
Dude, I can't even find that many movies to watch.
Guys, we are playing Retro Rewind. I'm just doing a quick game with Chris. I'm so sorry. I'm not even gonna change it.
Wait, Vorp, Yumi, Sammy.
I'm not even
Carla,
gonna
and
change
Kristen.
it. YOLO.
I think it's 4 players.
But anyway,
max.
sandwiches, welcome
bad.
in. Sorry
could
you
also
came
be
into
stupid.
this.
No, you can never be stupid.
I'm
But also-
pretty sure it's 4 players max.
Right.
Now we're gonna have to kill one of them.
Great.
I hate killing one.
I hate having to kill off my friends.
It's like kind of cringe. It's like, hey, I wish I didn't have to do that.
Great.
Can you
Great.
just merge into one person?
Yeah, I wish.
I can't believe I've never met you, Carla.
I know,
like,
that hurts my
when
head.
I was like,
Carla's
when
never
you
gone to
said
Twitch
that,
now,
Okay.
yeah.
Go on,
Put your ass
go on, Sam.
away,
Sorry,
sir.
someone interrupted.
You got this year.
I've Stanley
Oh, this
just
year I'm not going. Are you
subscribed.
actually going, Sam? No,
How
fuck
dare
that.
you have the wrong title?
What if we
What
all
is
went
this?
to
A
Disney?
mature hour.
Let's go
What if
back
we
to
all went
Japan.
Somewhere.
Okay.
Ooh.
I would go back to Japan. Let's just go back.
I want to go.
We should just
Dude,
go
wait,
again.
Sam, you would love it, dude.
Yeah,
I
it's
know. I was
too
thinking about
good.
soloing it.
No,
No,
IRL
Sam,
with
take me
us.
with you next year.
I will. I'll go.
Okay.
It's honestly so sick. Nice
I
shot.
to go.
Oh
I have to go.
oh, I'm so distracted by Sam's beauty. I just ran past my ball. It's crazy.
Thank you. I've been working out.
Stanley, thank you for 89. I'm an amateur.
Actually,
fuck.
yes. I have been running every day, and I haven't had a dessert for 3
How
weeks.
are you?
Wait, you running like not even trying to be weird, but I've never seen you run, so that's kind
No,
of
no, no.
funny.
Like, here's the thing
thought.
that you can say that's not even mean. Me running, there's a reason I would never run in front of somebody that I had a crush on because I would
Okay.
give someone the ick. I know
No,
this about
I'm
me.
a bad runner too.
Like,
No,
I'm
guys,
aware.
come on, you run.
No.
yeah, I do, but like, I don't do it. I do it because I.
But Carl, why are
Me
you
too.
so far from where I
Because
am?
I got distracted. And I thought I was
Oh,
running
by
to my
Sam.
ball, but I wasn't. Yeah.
Hmm.
And that's my bad.
Of course.
Oh wait, am I gonna get that in? Oh, imagine.
Oh, that was actually really weirdly close. I'm
No,
not.
no, I'm not. I'd play Ark with you three again, because that was funny.
Yeah, we did.
I haven't
have
touched
fun
Ark in
times.
so long.
I know, but
You were the Ark guy.
I know. I did my my expedition and I forgot about it.
Oh.
no. Aw.
One of these days. Pocopia's taking over my life.
Oh, true.
Oh yeah.
True.
You ever gonna play that, or are you more of a single player indie game guy?
I would play it, but I don't have a Switch 2.
Real. That's what
Wait,
I said.
someone sent her a Switch too.
No, that's the thing is I don't even want one because there's not even anything
What?
else that I would play on it.
Oh,
but
but
you
you
want for
say that,
free.
but then there'll be more.
Nintendo would not fuck
Carly
with
got
me.
one from Carly
I
got
got
one
one,
from Nintendo of
And I'm a
Arizona.
fuckhead.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I feel like they wouldn't fuck with me.
No, they would love to fuck with you. It's crazy comps, but they would.
I'll hit him up.
Oh, where's
I
my
don't
golf
have a
ball? I did it
contact.
again. What's going on?
Sam keeps talking and you get
I
distracted.
get distracted by Sam.
I'm speaking. I'm
That's
speaking
crazy.
words.
Okay, my bad. Sorry, guys. I'm throwing.
It's okay.
Return to
Wait,
your
Sam,
ball.
what do you have going on now? And you're just chilling for the night?
I just slumped. I'm slumped in my chair. I'm probably gonna go eat I've been making as a little sweet treat peanut butter and jelly on a rice cake, and I'm probably gonna
that's
make one
a
of
nice
those.
combo.
Ooh.
With cream cheese. That's awesome.
No, peanut butter and jelly.
Not bad. No, peanut butter jelly and cream cheese.
I don't have cream cheese, but that sounds good. I've never had that in my life.
You never had cream cheese in your life?
No, I've had cream cheese in my life. I haven't had peanut butter and jelly and cream cheese.
No one's ever done that, I don't think.
That's what you were just saying. Peanut butter and jelly and cream cheese.
I made that up.
What do you mean you made it
That'd
up?
be a good combo. I'm down.
That does sound good.
I've had cream cheese and jelly before.
Yeah, that sounds good too.
The hell?
Carl, do you guys have cream cheese in Australia?
Oh, we're creaming it.
Oh.
Sorry.
You guys don't really do bagels though, right?
No.
They don't.
Like in Melbourne for sure, like the city, they'll definitely be like, yeah, $15 for a bagel, and it will be delicious. But it's not like huge in Sydney. You know, like it's not.
I'm in
like New
first and I have
Jersey.
bad ping.
Oh.
Yeah, good for you. I keep forgetting because Sam's nice. I can't help that. Like,
that
what do you
way.
want me to do?
What can I say?
Yeah, still got it.
Still got it.
Still got it. No, I'm hungry. The hell?
I'm
too.
so hungry today and yesterday.
Wait, and tomorrow?
And tomorrow. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Like, are you ever just
every
really
day.
hungry sometimes and then you're not as hungry other days and nothing changed? You're doing the same stuff every day?
Yeah, and it's like, what's up?
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't know.
Ow, why would you shoot me with a gun?
Oh, sorry.
Well,
Damn, he's back in the lead.
I mean, nice
What?
try.
You guys into any groceries lately? Like, you have any favorite groceries you buying?
Ooh, I like cereal.
Ooh.
What
I'm
kind of
liking
cereal?
Milo again.
Who's Milo?
You know, Sam.
That's just, it's weird. It's
You
You didn't
water
like
things?
it? That's
no,
fair,
it's
actually.
just like, it's like Ovaltine that doesn't mix.
It's like crunchy
Ovaltine.
Nesquik.
Oh. You fuck with what's Carl? What's that shit called that you guys like?
That
on,
shit
like,
called
crackers?
is crazy.
It's, Toast?
Shapes.
Oh.
No, not shapes. No.
Vegemite?
The spread. Yeah, Vegemite. Yeah. Bro said shapes.
Well, you
Shapes
said
are good,
crunchy.
actually.
You said crunchy.
That's my bad. Shapes
Okay.
fucking rock.
Vegemite tastes like it should be in a car, no offense.
That's all right.
What?
That's okay.
It's bad.
Okay.
Carl's like actually /unraid.
No, I get
Send
it.
him back.
I get it. I sent him back. I guess if you grow up with it, it's a different story. And then if you don't,
Yeah.
like, it would probably be a lot.
I tried it
Milo's
and
so
I
good.
hated it, and also it like coats your mouth too.
I feel like you'd like it if I made it for you, and I'm not even
That's
lying.
the thing is everyone says no, you'd like it if, and I just.
But
I
not
had
everyone.
it put on. I've had it put on a piece of toast,
What?
just
I
toast.
made that
and
in.
What the
What?
fuck?
Look how far it was, bro.
Chris, what?
Oh my god, I was surprised.
Are you joking? It?
myself.
That's crazy.
Bro, no, I wasn't.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
That was a crazy shot.
Wait, that's crazy. Guys, did you see that? Oh,
I can't see.
that's
When the ball
crazy.
drops in your head, it's so fucking rude.
Whoa. He might be goaded, guys. Oh.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
I feel like pure shit. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do?
No, don't feel like pure action.
No, you're cool.
Thank
No,
you.
don't miss it. Don't miss it when you're trying to do a bit. Right.
Guys,
Alright,
listen. He kind of went crazy style with that shot.
that shot was not supposed to go in.
Crazy.
Crazy
Spinning
style.
on that crazy style.
Oh,
What?
I don't know.
Okay. You guys have the same glasses in your profile pic. Can I have a pair?
Wait, we did.
Do we? Oh, what the hell?
Can I have a pair?
That's awesome. I never have even noticed that, and my picture's been the same forever.
Can I have a pair?
Can I have a pair?
Yeah,
I wanna
didn't
join in.
know.
Well,
Yeah,
you should. Well, I think they're actually the same ones.
they may be the same exact.
I'm
Wait,
gonna
one.
get
Sam,
a
are
pair.
Are those Julians?
No, I don't even know. I know where I was for that photo, but I don't know where those glasses came from.
That's for Rato.
Wait, you have to get a pair just for this.
Yeah, and then I'm
Yeah.
gonna change my profile pic and wait and see if
Yeah.
you notice. It might take years, but it'll be a good bit.
It's been years.
74 years. It's been years. I'm gonna look at them up.
Ow.
Ow.
Wait, I heard Peak's coming back. Did you guys hear about this?
What? That's
Yeah.
big.
I'm joking.
I know.
I love Peak. I
think
think Peak
Peak's
is
fun.
one of my favorite. Like,
Wait, we should
Whoa, like
we
games,
should play
slot
Peak
games.
together. This lob.
it never gets old.
I'm really
Wait,
bad
us,
at it,
us
but I
three,
like it.
and then Ethan. Nah, come on.
Wait, that's a
Yeah,
movie.
he's chill. Okay, fine. I'll game them.
So what's with Peak and Fortnite? You can just get the Peak character.
Oh, the Peak characters
What?
are coming to Fortnite item
Oh.
shop. Yeah.
That's cursed as hell.
Yeah, they look stupid. No offense.
Peak is a vibe. I know, guys. I know this isn't retro rewind. I will be back.
But you have retro rewind only viewers coming into chat saying, "Hey,
I am coming back to it. The reason why I haven't changed is because I will be booting back up. I understand your
there's no
frustration.
there's no VHS on this."
This is
goddamn
just a
screen
quick
right
little
now.
hee hee ha ha. We will be back momentarily.
Guys, toss her a follow. She's good for it. I'm a piece of shit.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's not true. Okay, Sam.
Okay, Sam. Don't agree.
Okay, rice cake, simmer down.
That's all I can think about right
Where's
now.
my
too.
favorite new indie sim game to watch before bed? This is bullshit.
Oh, true.
It
I
is
gotta
good
get back on
though.
that.
You gotta play it,
Running
Sam.
dry.
It's good.
I have it.
I made a porn section.
Did
Who?
you?
Yeah, there's
You
an
sell
adult
Slick
section.
No,
Porn?
yeah,
Like,
I
you saw anything?
played Retro Rewind tonight, but I was like, okay, cool. And then after I got like a porn movie called like, what was it? It was called like, is anybody in my chat still here? It was like, grasp my dinosaur or tiny tip of my dinosaur or something.
My
like
favorite
that.
is Double Swirl Hag. That's my
Mm,
favorite title, if I can say that.
I don't remember what it was called, but it was. I was like, nah, I can't get any better than this.
I called my my porn aisle the porner. It's a little corner of the
Oh.
store.
Warner's
You can go.
funny.
What did you call your store?
Daddy's fave, but then VHS at the end.
Rip the dinosaur's tip. What does that mean?
Yeah, Grip the Dinosaur's Tip. That was the name of the porno
Grip
that I
the-
sold
that
at my
was
store.
not
My
it. Are you
store was
kidding?
called. It was called Backshots, and it was decorated to look like the back rooms.
Back shots is really nice.
What the fuck? Wait, should we do backroom soon?
Yeah, I'm interested.
Whoa, birdie.
The multiplayer backrooms game makes me mad.
My bad.
You should, however, before the movie comes out, if you're planning to go see the movie, play the Complex, because it's. I got halfway through the sentence and realized I was gonna go on a nerd rant.
You can go on a tangent.
You know, okay, you know about the A24 film Backrooms?
Yes.
Yeah,
coming out.
by Kevin.
Kane
what's his
Pixels.
name? Yeah, Kane Pixels, exactly.
Yeah, so he's not the original Backrooms creator, but he did like the most well-known adaptation because he made these videos when he was like in high school. So good. Anyways, The Complex is a game that is the closest adaptation to Kane Pixels Backrooms, which is he's directing the movie.
Really?
So if you are gonna watch the movie, you should play that one because
Is it single or multi?
single.
Ah,
I
I like talking. I like shopping with my friends.
Yeah, well, you know.
Nice.
I'm sitting like the most toxic dude on a subway bus right now. Like I'm sitting in my chair, slumped, both hands on my beer gut, like man spreading. I'm sitting.
Ooh, yeah.
You know
I'm
what you
sitting
should
like
do?
I'm about to catcall somebody on a bus.
You should cup a
Yeah.
tit.
Yeah.
Oh.
You ever just cup a tit?
No, I'm dead
Oh,
ass. It's
yeah.
actually so comforting just to cup a tit.
No,
Your
yeah,
own
no,
tit.
it's
sorry.
comforting.
Hmm.
And you're just
Cup of
like,
tit.
okay.
That's my favorite thing.
Little
that-
cup of
that I
tit.
used to do.
Cup of tit.
Oh, a little cup of tit, a little picky. Oh, all right.
Who the
That's
hell
something.
the fuck was that?
All
That
right.
was fucking bad.
That's
Wait,
new,
Sam, you're
isn't
getting
it? A little bit
Silly.
silly.
Making up words.
You're getting a little
Making
silly
up
with
words.
it. Wait, okay, little quirky moment.
I'm a little guy. Sorry, my bad. I'll go back in.
That's fun.
No, come back out. Cup of tit.
Okay.
That's cool. Who was that? She went a little silly with it.
A little bit
Yeah.
silly, little
Well,
silly
it's after
girl.
midnight, so
Lovely
Yeah,
jubbly.
nothing matters.
nope.
Slippery
Nobody- Who
dip.
cares?
Carla
Slippery
going,
dip.
that was new, wasn't it? That was new, isn't it?
All right.
That was fucking new, wasn't it?
That was fucking new of you, Sam. I haven't heard you say that. Yep, exactly right.
Hey, right.
Yep,
Oh, fucking right.
Hey,
Yeah.
no fucking right.
yeah, exactly right, exactly right.
Fucking right, ain't it?
That's what I fucking said.
Bro, Ethan in the mix for like a peak lobby would be actually so funny and stupid.
Yeah. He's a good sport.
He's a good guy. Yeah,
Yeah, he's a good guy.
we'll keep him around.
Where's Chris? Did you
Yeah,
leave the
sure.
lobby? Oh no, you're just close. Sick.
No, I'm just good.
You're just ripping it up. My bad.
No, worries.
Bro's cup and tit.
Bro's cup and tit. He's busy.
Oh my god. Talk about double rated. Now.
Back to back.
Back to
Another
back.
chip in.
We are so
What's my
cooked.
score? Oh my god, Carl, I'm more
Now,
than double you, no
hello.
offense.
How are you? We are playing Retro
I didn't hear
Rewind,
anything.
but we're
What is
doing a
anything that you
little
just said?
hee hee
Yo,
Yo,
ha
no,
ha
Lopia, thanks so much
quickly.
for the raid.
Mouth.
Welcome on in, guys.
Yo,
How are
what's
you? What
up,
are you
Raiders?
playing?
Hello. It's me,
Welcome.
Chris Melberger,
It's
and
me,
I'm
Sandwich.
here.
Which is he's like Sandwich. I love playing video games like Undertale and
What's up, guys? I'm Chris. I love
scratchy-
Fortnite and also
scratchy shit.
cards. Have you opened any cool cards lately, Chris?
Yeah, I opened a God Pack. I don't know if you saw it.
I did. I just wanted you to talk
Saying
about it.
Bro's copping tit as you get rated is crazy, but that's what keeps me young and supple.
Cop and tit.
And
Guys,
also
I'm
not.
30.
Wife's asleep.
Guys,
no
I'm
worries,
30.
though.
I have to keep you here somehow.
I think if Shan breathed at me in a
but
certain way,
thank
I would
you. Sorry
plane ticket
now.
immediately.
How's
Dude, come over. Jersey,
That's the
come.
What's
problem
that
is if
thing you're
you guys
playing?
even
I love that
breathe
that
it,
game you're
I
playing.
will. Like I had
No, no, no,
such a
but-
fun time last time.
No, literally come in because I'm going in the
Oh.
fall to your way, so
Oh,
Oh,
News.
July would be perfect.
what the hell?
Oh,
And it's his
okay.
birthday.
I can do it.
Carla, come through, dude.
Come on, man, July.
Neat, dude.
Well, let's see how the
neat,
next few
dude.
months. Let's see how the next few months are.
Yeah, actually, I should probably wait.
Nah, you got this.
Petrol's through the roof.
Petrol.
Gas.
Oh, true. My bad. I forgot you guys say things differently.
Remember when he said gas
Um,
pedal?
Gas
in
pedal.
2016.
Gas
Thinking about
pedal.
that. Oh,
Thank you now. Sorry, I'm so distracted.
He was honestly.
But
up
you're
to
my
something with
absolute go. Welcome in,
Dude, who
guys. I am
knows?
playing Retro Rewind. It's so fun.
when did you get a
Oh,
bazooka?
But my friend. Oh.
This game has no chill. Oh,
I was
you
playing
guys remember,
my game and I will play
Megabonk?
it again. Oh, I love
Yeah,
Megabonk,
Megabonk.
Sam.
I
So
thought about it
good.
the other day.
that. Carla still plays it.
I play it here and there. Yeah, off stream. I love it. I like to bonk my shit.
Carla,
as
why
the
am I
kids say.
why am I playing so well on your ping?
Because you're goaded, and I wanted to make you happy.
What?
I gotta give bro some whimsy.
Wait, should we start a podcast, us three, and just talk about stuff?
Yeah, let's do it. It won't fail
Yes.
after a month, but we can try.
No, dude, I have a good track record with podcasts. It'll
Wait,
work.
let's do
Yo,
it.
Sam's 0 for. Wait, no. No.
I'm over 1.
Let's do
No,
it.
no, no,
no.
but I could be 0 for 2.
No. Wait. No, you were 1 for 1. Your podcast was awesome.
Fuck.
No, I was chill. I just had a little bit of a mentee bee after my breakup and my dog died, but it was, it was chill.
What? Not both in the same week.
Yeah, well, it was a week apart.
Ah,
good, though.
great.
Wait, we can
Whatever.
really do this. What's our podcast name?
Cup
Cup
of
of
tit.
tit. Oh, jinx! Double jinx!
Well, you know what? You guys sound like you're good then. I'm out.
What?
No,
we
dude,
need
could
you.
be
You're
like
the token man.
the guy that goes. "Ugh."
No, I don't want to be the token man.
Yeah, I'm the
No,
token
please, we
Australian.
need
Sam's the
this.
token hottie,
We need
and you're the
this.
token man.
Aw, what if I want to be the token hottie and not the token?
Okay, I could be the token man.
No. You don't know a thing about that.
No, I can. I can figure it out.
Yeah, right, dude. Okay, cigar or cigarette?
Cigarette.
You
Sig.
lost.
Damn it. Do you remember when we smoked a cigarette?
What?
Yeah.
Wait, was that my influence or was that you? Was that neutral?
Absolutely, it was.
Yeah, he loves a sig. Any excuse for a sig.
A drunk cig, Chris. Cigarette Chris comes out after a couple beers.
No.
It does.
That's
It does.
horseshit.
He comes alive.
This sucks.
This sucks.
This sucks.
So funny.
Wait, no, there was a cool pic of you on film.
Yeah, I have that photo, and what do I do with it? Who knows?
Drag him. Am I gonna
Yeah,
get
it's
that
after a
in?
few beers. A cigarette's awesome.
No, it's chill. I love a drunk cigarette of all of the 2 or 3 times I've done it. And 2 of them have been with you.
Speak on it.
Carlo, don't respond to that.
Speak on it.
Don't give her
She'll-
attention.
She's gonna say the same shit.
What?
The only 4 times I've ever smoked a cig was with this fucking guy, Chris.
Well, actually,
He's
yeah, it's
fucking
true.
Fuck.
The first time I smoked
I
a
remember-
cig was on stream.
I literally don't even smoke cigs. That's the funniest part. Like I don't normally.
No, you don't. You don't. The only time you do is after a couple beers. I remember one time we were at a party and you had a couple beers and you said, "Oh man, a drunk cigarette sounds good right now." And I was like, "Huh." And then you looked around the room,
Carlin.
found the one British guy, and went and asked if he had a cigarette. And he
No,
did.
he wasn't British. He was German, and the cig sucked.
Nope, it was a British guy.
What? Where was that? Ethan's?
Yes.
He was German as fuck.
I don't think we're thinking of the same person because there was a British guy there.
Yes.
Oh wait. Oh wait.
I thought that's who you got the cigarette
This
from.
was a different night. This was a different night.
Okay, never mind then. 2
No, you're
drunk
right.
cigarettes.
Oh, Chris.
10 drunk cigarettes.
Chris, stop. Sam, control your friend.
I'm sorry.
He's
No,
being a
dude,
fuck.
don't.
Go
Come
away, you
on.
fuck.
Dude.
That's crazy. He wants a cig so bad.
You guys want to hear what holidays are today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay on March 21st. It is International Color Day, International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, International Day of Forests, International Sports Car Racing Day, International Tiramisu Day,
Oh.
Maple Syrup Saturday.
That's my days.
Yeah, Memory Day, National California Strawberry Day.
You know what? I always forget about Memory Day.
Dude, there's so many today. This is the most holidays I've ever seen on one day. What the fuck? Okay, it keeps going. National Common Courtesy Day.
I always forget
National,
about Memory Day.
National
I feel like
Corn
that
Dog
deserved, I feel like
Day.
that deserved like a
Corn
chuckle,
dog?
maybe.
Corn Dog Day, Chris. National Crunchy Taco Day. National Day of Action on Syringe Exchange Day.
Oh, okay.
National Flower Day. Hey.
Hey, you're my flower.
Carla, I won by 400. No worries though.
Good job. I'm
National
really proud
Fragrance Day.
All right, go back to Retro Rewind. I'm sorry for this brief.
French
Intermission.
Bread Day.
of you. It is actually
Healthy
French
Fats
bread
Day.
Aw.
Quilting Day, Single Parents Day, Teenager Day, Vermouth Day, Play the Recorder Day, Slytherin Pride Day, World Down Syndrome Day, World Poetry Day, World Puppetry Day, and World Tattoo Day.
Is that it?
Hmm.
Yeah, that's like so many. There's usually like 10.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And today, the very first tweet was sent.
What? Today?
In 2026?
2006.
Guy who's dumb.
20 years ago.
Guy who's
Bro.
kind of dumb.
No. Listen, 20 years ago, the first tweet was ever tweeted.
Hmm.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Brother.
Brother, this guy stinks.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
Well, I'm gonna go lay down now because that really
Wait, that was a
Really?
hoot.
did me in.
Yeah, so fair.
Can't wait for the first official episode of Cup of Tea.
Cup of tea.
You guys have fun, and I can't wait to watch it and listen to it. It's
No,
gonna be
Chris,
awesome.
you're a
dude,
token
you
man.
have to-
You're- Fine,
Okay,
you can
Chris,
be our
if you don't
token
want to be
hottie.
on it, you can be the producer that laughs that you
Yeah,
can
that's
kind of
really
hear
funny.
away from the mic.
Yes, 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 yes,
Get
yes.
up. Wait, hold on. I'll be the side guy who just kind of goes, nah, nah.
No, that's actually
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
Okay, cool.
And you can look stuff up for us.
Yeah.
And then the camera will pan to you every once in a while, and you're sitting in a chair that's way too small for you.
Yep.
Yes,
That's really
like
good.
really tiny and short.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
And I have a cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, stoked.
I'll see you guys.
Alright.
All right.
Catch you guys on the flippity flop.
I'll see you in your
All right,
dreams.
see you guys next week for fun and games. Bye.
All
Cool.
right.
You hang up first.
Okay.
He
Thank
hung
God
up.
he's gone. Oh,
He's back. Oh no.
Chris? Okay. Hey guys, I'm back. Thank you now for the raid. I'm so sorry. I was too distracted. You're probably gone. But I appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. And thank you, Sandwich, for the raid. And thank you, Now and Sam's community for coming in. How are you? I didn't mean to do Battle Golf, but I thought that little segue was fun. Anyway, how are you guys? We're so back. I'm back to yapping. I'm back to annoying you with my Australian voice. Little whimsy break. I mean, why not? Why not? I'll give you a tour of my thingamabob. We're making a porn room at the moment. We did have the porner. Now we have our little room. And we just have, you know, we have some stuff. We have some stuff in here. But it's more intimate in here, so you can come in, pun intended, grab your porn. No judgment from me. What's the day today? It is Monday. Tomorrow is my porn guy. He comes out the back. The chuck, the cuck. There is a cuck chair, yes. But it's only because, if you think about it, I want you to be comfortable. You know what I mean? I want you to be nice and comfortable. And you're helping me with my rent. You're helping me do the thing. So here we are. It's April Fool's Day. I don't know what that means in the game. They had those weird glasses and I don't know what it means. Like, I don't know what the point is for this. I don't know what these glasses do. I think it's just silly glasses, but is there more to it? Short with a tall personality day. Ah, yes. Put a sign that says thanks for coming. Wait. Exactly. Exactly. You're right. You're real and true. Here's my new releases. Holiday Break-In. Here's my action movies. We are kind of in the process of renovating. Wait, where's my staff member? Has she been in there a while? Let's speed things up. I think she was having a good time in there. They are shitting on company time, but you know what? I will say she has been very lovely to work with. She's actually been a great employee, and if you have seen our playthrough of this, you know that it hasn't always been like that. We've had a really hard time with staff. So... Girl. Nice, that's funny. I think she snatched a porno DVD. Yeah. Well, VHS. I think she snatched it up. Bodybuilder Starship. Someone has reserved the classic porno My Spellbook Her Desire. I want to see who did. It's probably that old woman. And good for her. Honestly. Good for her. I'm happy for you. Truly. Anyway, I thought we were talking about before Chris was naughty. I think David was being Daddy's favorite. That's all I remember. We're talking shit about my alerts and how bad they are. But I'll never change. They'll always be weird. Adult. Classic what? My what? Wouldn't surprise me if it makes a comeback after the ban. Wait, which one? Cammy, I would love that, please. Yes, hello? An old movie. Do I have an old movie in front of me? There you go, doll. Ooh! Ooh! Romance. I saw one employee try to call in sick before day one. That's what I'm saying. Rude. They keep doing that. Well, this one's been really good. I'm probably going to jinx myself, but she's been real good. She's been great. Hopefully it stays that way. Moldy and Sog? What if I want it Moldy and Sog? Hi.
Oh.
Okay, we're so back. Hold down. Responded. Mixed. I kind of want to buy these. But if I don't get comedy, what's the point? Oh, I got some comedy. That's nice. Oh, shit. David. Oh, wrong. I need another horror thing, I think. I do need more romance, though. Comedic porn. Wait. Surely, right? Surely. Typos will appear, like faded as in tired, or did you have some dank kush, as the kids say?
Oh.
Of course he would want that porn. Bloody freak. I really need more money to buy more things. Oh, Beveragino. Very nice, still. I need everything. I just can't afford all the stuff. Right in front of my salad? I'm down to watch. What? Okay, so this isn't nice anymore. I wish my porno looked nice. Ooh, wait. Yes. Good. This is my porn area. Caleb, listen. Here's my favorite title. It's called Double Swell Hag. We also have My Sweet and Tasty Mind Reader, Officer Let My Biscuit Go, The Dentist in Good Hands, Who Ordered the Hot Banjo. Wood. Alright. Hopefully they finish their transactions, and then we gotta go. The Butler's True Desire is a classic. Yep. My absolute goat. Would you like Foot Temptation or Stepbrother Temptation? Can I have both? The porno can't be too nice. Yeah, you're right, Peachy. You're right. I have to buy some more decorations, but there's not a lot at the moment. There's more cuck chairs. I could put a camera in front of the cuck chair. I could put this guy in there. Robot being that expensive is crazy. Doormat. More frames. I wonder if you can customize the UFO. No. There's an arcade machine though. Should we put the arcade machine in there? Wait, Maze Munch. Let's munch it. I shouldn't have done that actually. I needed that money. Let's put it here for now. How much money will this spend me? Do you reckon I'll make money off it? Why am I getting a Steam notification? Chris. Chris invited you to play Liar's Bar. What are you doing? Go to bed. What the hell? What is he? What is he doing? Hi, Mike, by the way. And David, I'm glad. You came from Let's Raid, right? How nice. Me time with my couch. What the hell? I do love Liar's Bar, though. We should play more next week. Have a cigarette and go to bed. Oh my god. How much money did I make today? I think like 5. I love this mood Chris is in, though. It's one of my favorite moods he gets in. I can't lie. You literally have a wife is so funny. Chris is probably playing Pocopia. New movie released. What's the movie? Rain Woman. Perfect. And it's porn day today, guys. So we can buy some more titles. Wife's asleep. I don't have enough to pay her. Okay, one moment, ma'am. I'm broke. Uh-oh. 1 second, sweetie. I have your salary. Uh-oh.
699, 690, 369. Damn, he's fine.
Oh,
Suck it
God.
to me one more time. Get
Doggo,
low.
this is so
Get
old.
Low, to the window, to the wall, to the
This
wall.
is 5 years
To the sweat
old.
drop down my balls. Oh, these females crowd. Oh, skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet, goddamn.
I was 25.
Happy Porn Day brought to you by VHS.
What the hell? What the hell? Thank you, Choco. Oh my god, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's fair, David. I am focusing on variety. So I'll still be playing like Red Dead and my usual hits next week. So you won't miss that much, to be honest. I think I'm doing one stream of Pocopia, I think. Or like maybe caps of it. So I'll still be doing variety, which is cool. I never played like Animal Crossing or anything on stream because it's so relaxing. So this is kind of like my first genre, close to Minecraft, I guess, in a while. I can't be everything for everyone. Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it. The way I... Yeah, Juniper, I just started singing. Honestly, that sounds like me anyway. That sounds like something I would do. Thank you, Doggo, though. That's really kind. I appreciate the bits so much. So much. Thank you. Thank you for all the support this week, guys, as well. This is my 11th stream in a row. If you are new here and you're listening to this being like, what's up? Give me some goss. I turned 30 last month and I had a lot of time off because I had all these little trips for my 30th, including Japan. It was really, really cool. But I am a full-time gal, so it feels nice to be back into a routine and grind a little bit. And I've also been posting a lot on YouTube as well. So I've just kind of been... I've just been trying my best, really. But we have a video over on my channel with Whiskey and Chris in Japan. We were on something that night. I was saying some crazy stuff, but you know what? We had fun, so it's okay. I can't help myself. You still talk Aussie. True. At least you have that. At least I have that going for me. We'll see. No, I know, Liz. I'm scared. I say that because I obviously want to keep variety on the channel. And I'm like, no, I'm only going to do one of those streams and blah, blah, blah. And then something will happen and I'm like, guys, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm scared. No, I'm Eb. I'm actually, I'm half. I'm half. Which people are surprised at. Can you cut it out? No, I'm kidding. I knew I'd feel different at 40. I didn't. We'll let you know about 50. Alright. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Is there a command for Japan vid? No. But,
Hey.
you will see it. It's right there. I should probably make an actual command for it. You're spitting facts. It'll be easier. So you're American? Oh my god, what? How could you... Eb. Do you also know I'm 6'5"? I'm really tall. And strong. 30% Welshes. I remember when they first said that, we're in the streets of Japan, and I was like, I think that's fruit juice, but the translator's not saying anything. There's no way, you know what I mean? And then we all just got convinced because the translator didn't say it. So we're like, okay, maybe. But it was too yummy that deep down I knew it was fruit juice. Yeah, it was 4%. You're 6'5", the way I'm also 6'5". Exactly. Did you say spit facts? What are we spitting? Whatever you want. Also, how would you feel if this whole time, I was like, one day I came on stream and I was like, guys, I have to admit something to you. I'm actually American. I've been faking my Aussie accent this whole time and I couldn't stop. And now I'm just stuck with this accent, but it's not really me. What would you do? Would you feel cheated? Would you be like, what the fuck? Tall, strong, and loves Milo. Mm-hmm, Slug. I know that's right. That was so fun last night. I was having a great time. I was having a great old time. I had 2 Milos. So bad. So bad. I don't know what came over me. Well, lucky for you guys, I didn't lie. I would be impressed because you got mum roped into it. True. I'd be impressed and immediately upgrade to tier 3. Pizza is so funny. I'm 6'9". I was not aware you knew. I know everything, baby. No, but also fair, yeah. 1 second. I'd be impressed with you taking on the demeanor and accent and vibes of being an Aussie. Yeah, I guess so. Because it's not just the accent, it's the way of life. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Well, damn. I'm not as impressive now. That sucks. But I'm not lying, so I guess that's good. And also taking the frames when you play stuff on Chris's server. Yeah, like faking my ping. God, no, okay. Yeah, I couldn't keep up with that. It'd be such a weird bit though. Americans don't care about other countries enough. Real. It was such a fun time last night after. Yeah, it was nice. I was having a great time. Because I don't get to watch a lot of Twitch these days. Not that I don't want to. I've just been so busy that I haven't been able to sit and enjoy a community. You know what I mean? But I had such a good time. I'm like, I gotta do this more often when I'm free. I had a hoot. It was actually good just being a viewer. You know what I mean? Because for a hot minute, I've just been the streamer because I've had so much on. So I had a Milo in hand. I was enjoying myself. We would never commit that long. Real. Real and true. What do you need, please? Pay the fee, babe. Pay the fee. Viewer, I hardly know her. No, but... Oh, my porn guy. 1 second. Guys, what titles? My money, a woman's fantasy. Ain't that the truth? Tango with my ape. The plumber and his bull, rather. Rocket Man on the naughty list. And the starlit rooster. Thank you for your time. She's still in there. It's like I used to watch constantly years ago. I was always in there. And then I kind of just had a break from Twitch a little bit. Like I would still obviously stream. But I didn't really have time to commit to just sitting down, which was crazy. But now I'm back. You must pay the fee like every customer. I like you, Maya. I want to give her a pay rise. I love her. She's actually, I'm really attached to her now. She's being a good gal. 69, yeah. I don't really get 6'7" still, but I like saying it when I was in Japan or 2 just to be a dickhead with everyone, but 69 holds more weight for me. 68 because people would constantly tell it was so close. Real. Guys, my favorite comedy, Marine Corporation. Jesus. Perfect. Yes, sir. Ma'am, sorry. Action. Without 69, there is no 67. True. You right. You right. Maya's actually popping off. Good girl. But no, seriously, like she is. No, Doggo, you're perfectly great. I feel like it wouldn't be healthy to be a viewer and a creator all the time. That was me a few years ago, Nat. Again, I don't regret it because I love watching my friends do their thing, because most of the time I miss my friends' streams because they stream at the same time as me. But there was a time where I burnt out and I would stream, edit a YouTube video, watch my friends' streams, be on their streams as a guest when I had a day off. And I think my watch hours as a viewer was ridiculous. And I don't regret it because I love supporting my friends and hanging with them. But I had to create this middle ground, which I've found now, because I was burnt out. Mainly because of editing and YouTube and streaming. But like I didn't really have a break from Twitch at all. I never left the house, which I don't really mind. I love staying home. But like I never left the house at all. My whole life was Twitch. And I still love that it is, but I just go out and touch grass like once a week now. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because I'm still hooked on streams, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to do a little extra where I can. Because it helps my brain. Yeah. That's why when people are like, oh, sorry, I took a break from Twitch. I'm like, babe, you do what you need to do. Yeah, exactly, Nat. Yeah. I truly love Twitch. It's my favorite type of content to consume because I love that I can either lurk and enjoy the content, or I can talk to a community and enjoy the content. I think it's so cool that we get to do that. But yeah, you're right. Some days I watch a movie, you know? So it's a good little... It's a good mix, I think. Okay, we're getting more comedy, which is good. PG real. Yep. I'm sorry, doll. That would feel super exhausting. Weston! We have Weston now? And it's raining. Nothing on today. We'll get more of these. And I'll also get 10 Western movies. Ooh. If I can explain. I swear. Oops. What the? Oh, okay. The keyboard last hunt. The worst genre. Okay, speak on it. Oh, we got some... We got a holographic. Our pawn is looking full. What's wrong? So, David, are you worried about receiving major updates? Like, what's the problem about, like, do you think, like, you don't have the spoons to take in all the information you know he's going to give him? Or, like, what's the vibe there? Talk to me, talk to me. No, doggo, like, this week, I understand. This week, especially because I was back from having my time off, honestly, I was editing, I was streaming, and then for me, I was like, okay, now it's time for me to relax. And I'm playing Arc Raiders. Like, I'm not leaving my desk, you know what I mean? So sometimes I get that relaxing is still at the desk, which can be a bit tricky, but like, I can't help that. And here's what happened. Oh. $42? I guess that's pretty good. We made $42 on our arcade machine? Sure. Sure. I also got to give out pamphlets, but... Comedy. Oh my god. I'm not asking, does he think I don't care, or am I giving correct space? Oh. If you want to ask, doll. Yeah, ask. I think it would mean if he's someone... I feel like some friends don't mind if you don't check in because they're already just doing with their own thing and they want to talk about something else. But I think it's nice just to extend a little hey, and then let him give you what he wants to give. Like, he might give you heaps of updates, or he might be like, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, like, maybe just like a, hey, how's things going? You know? Because if someone asks me, how are you? And I don't want to go into detail, I will not go into detail, but I'll be like, yeah, pretty good. You know? I'll still answer it, but I just won't go into it. So maybe, like,
Hey.
if he doesn't want to go into it, he won't go into it, but it would be nice that you're asking after him. Wait, 3 a.m.? Are you sleepy, Eb? Or no? What's the time? Oh my god. I was like, I'm gonna do a little stream today, which I guess it's still little. I should aim to go within the hour. Aim. And get some stuff done before I skedaddle. The holiday break-in.
Hey.
Kind of crazy adults were trying to rob a child's house. Better so far? No, David, it's fair. I worry a lot too, so I understand that. But as someone who's a warrior, promise, if you just be like, hey, how's the wife? How's everything going? How are you? That's plenty. And if they don't want to dive deeper into stuff, they'll just be like, yeah, good. You know? I think it's nice. But again, do what you're comfortable with, but you're not doing anything wrong. Horror movie. Oh, it's bustling. It's 2 rooms away. Me when. There was a reserved thing in here. Oh shit, sorry, one moment. The cookie paid in full? That sounds so sexual. Happy night. I also got a pee. Hi. The cookie paid in full's a crazy title. I don't know if that's crazy. I don't know. It just seems. It seems like an adult film. I don't know if it's a crazy statement or not. Oh, double swell hags back in stock. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Jumbo manhunt. I know that's right. Rain woman and double swell hat. He just came out of the porno room. We're winning. Holiday break-in.
Wow.
Thank you, Queen. Stunning. Let me turn my... Let me snooze this ad as well. Okay. Alright. Yeah, no, Peachy, I don't think it's the same, but I see exactly what you mean. It's kind of like... It's... Extreme Schedule 1. You know what I mean? Like, it has the same vibe, but it's even... It's... not as beady. But same vibes. I know exactly what you mean. Because when we first booted up, we were like, oh my god, it might be the same, like... Maybe they were using similar assets. Oh my god, Eb, you can be delirious in here. Babe, I'm always delirious, but half the time I'm just me. Live your truth. This is the place to do it. This is the place to live your truth. A new release movie? I sure do. He said pregnant and then it didn't work out, and after I... Well, okay. No, that's fair. It's a, I mean, it's a lot of stuff to process, and it, you know, you might feel a little bit orkies and stuff, but it's nice that you sent a message. You'll feel better after a response. Oh, I get it. Western. I feel kind of delirious as well. I'm surprised I went live. I'm glad I did. Don't get me wrong. I'm very glad that I did. But, Just porn, not drugs. Oh my god. Real. We have so many now that I might need to hire a staff member. I wish I could put them away, but they do the scanning or something. But I actually am gonna need to hire someone. Sniff it in. Please leave. Okay, I'll pee after this day. I'll whiz. I'll bloody whiz. The other day at work. Hi, Dune. Some dumb fuck told his wife to shut up in this really rude way. Nearly went off at the man, but somehow kept it together. But goddamn, I almost out. Don't you dare tell her to shut. Real. I would have got this out and blown in his face. Inhale the double swirl hag. Hello. Double swirl hag. You should get a public harmonica. So when you want to go off at someone, just do a little toot. What are they gonna do? She played what? Excuse me. They played a harmonica. No, they didn't. Oh, he played a harmonica. What do you mean? No one would believe them. Or an air horn. Yeah. How would they know? Keeps me from yelling. I still want to play a scary movie with this in my mouth. A shop tour? Let's do it. Now, keep in mind though, internet, that I am decorating at the moment because I have expanded and I'm saving money now to decorate. So it's not that nice. But here is my shop. Gorgeous, whatever. This is the checkout. Maya's doing her best. We've got 2 snack shelves. 2 snack shelves here. We have a main room here. Not that nice. Was better, but I have moved stuff around. So we have drama, fantasy, movies for sale, action, and a little kids section here because, I mean, who's watching kids stuff? It's fine. We have our holographic shelves that we'd like to showcase. Got some new releases and our new arcade machine. Down here, work in progress, we have our sci-fi and our horror. This did have some adult films in it. We'll get to that later. This is our latest area. Again, we haven't decorated yet, but this is going to be Western romance comedy and the piece de resistance is our porno. So this is our little secret adult room. Now this is a work in progress as well. Don't ignore the signs. We have some drinks for them. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. And then you have obviously the adult stuff. And then I'm going to be putting my favorite films. This is me. Ignore that. I want to get the people going while they're in there. Double Swirl Hag is on display. That is my favorite title. I also do like his Massive Shroom Strikes Again. And where's my favorite one? Where's the oil? Ah, yes. Keeping my sailor oiled up. So we have a lot here. And this is pretty much it. I'm saving money now to decorate the place again. But that's pretty much it. We're getting there. What day is it, by the way? Wednesday. My porn guy comes Tuesday and Thursday. But we're just saving money now. Ooh. Nice. They be staying thirsty. Anyway, that's it. Sorry. Not me forgetting that the day's over. But yeah, that's it. We are level 19. We're nearly max level, which is crazy. Oh my god, Ebb. I'm going to get this out. I'm going to stand behind you. You know what? I'll stand behind you. And anytime they annoy me, I'm just going to do a little, like a warning toot. All right. And then if they keep going, it's gonna get louder and louder. David, you do whatever you want to do, don't. Be any David you want to be today. How far in? What day did you say? I am level 19. Ugh, I'm nearly max. But I think I've done, let me think, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I would say I'm 14 hours. Is it 14 hours into this game? Let's have a look. I would say 14. Yes. So 15 hours and I'm nearly finished. By finished, I just mean I have unlocked everything. But I still need to unlock this. So I still have stuff to do. So I'm not perfect. My coworker had someone throw their ID at them and they threw it on the floor for the customer to go get. What the hell? Oh yeah, ID. Like your proof of like yeah, your license or yeah. What about you? How far in are you? Yeah, passport, proof of identity. Okay, I'm gonna open the store so you can watch them, guys. I gotta go tinkle. I'll snooze this ad though so you don't get trapped in ads while I'm peeing. Make sure no one steals anything.
Hey.
Oh, do they look at me? Oh no. I remember dealing with customers when I was really young in retail, and I would give it back to them sometimes. And other times it wasn't worth it. Like, and I know you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. But like, if someone got aggressive at me, I would just give them sass. Because I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to like cower like a dog. Like, all right, tiger, I'm in the mood for something adult. Calling me a tiger is crazy. Where's Double Swell Hag? Thank you so much. Oh my god, David, what the who? And what did they say back to that? Someone, so when I worked in the deli, again, I was really young, and I think Shortcut, this is crazy because it doesn't fucking matter, but I think Shortcut bacon was like, we sold out of it because it was so cheap. So obviously people are buying bacon in bulk and freezing it, and obviously I reckon they might have been drunk or just not having a good day. What did the manager say? Did you didn't like what? Oh, the squirrels. Oh, Squire.
Oh.
And I remember her calling me. I think she said, it's really crazy. She went, I think I said we're sold out. And I think she started up, like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, sorry, like, it was on special, we sold out, but we have this bacon. And I remember she literally said, this is crazy. She was like, don't give me attitude or I'll come over this counter and bash your face in, cunt. And I went, oh yeah? Yeah, you gonna do that? I shouldn't have. That's so crazy. Like, she was obviously off her head and wanting to fight. And I was like, yeah, all right, no worries. Have a good day. And she's like, yeah, give me attitude. I'm like, all right, okay. And then she walked away. But I'm just like, threatening to hurt someone over bacon is crazy. Like, that's actually crazy. Like, what? It's bacon, bro. What do you want me to tell you? I just sent her to the back while they calmed the customer down. And then told her not to do it again while we all laughed about it. That's so funny. Oh my god. Hey, don't do that again. Okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Oh my god. It's crazy the things people don't have shame to ask. I had a customer that always remembered my birthday. He was the sweetest person in the world. I hope he's doing well. Hi, Tamara. So good. So good. My store's a fun time. We have a nice little section. Oh, PG. We read reviews during our slow moments and laugh about. I love bad reviews. Love them. Bloody love them.
Oh.
Oh! Broken. Someone said shame on this dispensary, shame on anyone who goes here. Okay. Hey, didn't ask. What? Us to them, by the way, not you. What the hell? It's kind of like when people used to say they were like upset at someone at a grocery store. And they will say, I'm taking my money to the competitor. And you're like, all right. I work for a big corporate, babe. I don't care if you shop at Kohl's. That's okay. Like, do what you need to do, brother. I'm not gonna beg for you to stay. This is not a small business. You know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead. Like, what? What do you want from me? Crazy. When the music stops, I honestly feel like I'm at my like a job because I'm like, oops, sorry guys, the music hasn't reset yet. And it's so quiet in here, but I'm enjoying this. Sounds good. Cole's also okay. Yeah, have fun, babe. Have fun. What? Okay, I'm paid minimum wage. Like, I'm not begging. What's on tomorrow? My porn guy's here? Oh, it's porn night tonight, guys. I nearly forgot the porn guy. Sauna sessions with my cauldron. That's foul. I love it. Learn to skate with Coach Grandpa. Flaming hot spaceship. Okay. Jumbo like Rambo. Exactly. If they had orange hair, I'm begging Retro Rewind to put me in a title. Raid the... Did that say raid the stepbrother? Shouldn't this be in the porno? Like, it's weird, who gives a fuck? Yeah, no, true. What the? A-Brother's British. Bro is American. Probably mate or cunt. Because a lot of Aussies don't say the word cunt in a bad way. It just rolls, it just comes out. Like, a lot of people just say that naturally. But I'll say mate over cunt. You know? I'm happy you level up quick, but I feel like you level up quick in this game. This girl hasn't had a sick day in days. I fear she might be goated. I worked at Party City and it was almost Halloween. And she was going to lead me where she wanted help. No, ma'am, absolutely not. Yeah. Brother, this guy stinks. Stinks, rather, sorry. Hello. That's okay, Peachy. Sorry about the ads, guys. I won't be playing as many ads next month, I promise. This was kind of just to help me get, I guess, back. This is me rebuilding because I barely streamed last month and this is my full-time thing. So I had to suck it up and kind of increase the ads this month. So I do apologize. I don't usually play this much. Maze Munch. Sounds like my Friday night, brother. Yes. Never mind. She's really nice. Oh, I have money. I really can't afford to increase this, but I need to get more tapes. Did I hear something? Did you hear that, guys? I heard a bang. Hi Pixel. How are you, doll? I'm not doing too long, but I'm still here for a little bit, doll. Sorry about your insomnia. Oh my god, pizza. What the hell? Damn. Dang. Okay, sure, sure. Sure, get it out, babe. 10 random movies. A lot of people steal from our store. Yeah. I agree with that one. Sorry about your insomnia, guys. It sucks when you can't sleep. Coca-Cola, hello! Hi, Jaren. How are you, doll? Yeah, no, David. Yeah. Travel refund for weed they claim was dry. Didn't bring it in. They smoked it and thought it was too dry. That's crazy. What? Sort of comes and goes. I feel you. I can't. I'm glad. I like these streams. I do want to do more of these where I can, like, obviously some days I'll be sleepy and I can't, but if I can manage to do like one Arvo stream a week, that would make me happy. Because I can't go to bed too late because I do day streams. So if I just do like a half-half, that would be cool. Theme parks? Wait, Goldie? Excuse me? Yeah. The World of Dreams? Excuse me? My friend said things are going well. Texted me back at 4:20. He's my best man. Aww, see? Proud of you. It's good to know that things are going well too. That's amazing. Guys, remembered I need to get a dress for my cousin's wedding. That's in a week. Uh-oh. Guys, I don't have any dresses. Jesus Christ. I need something that is express. It's not what I want to wear a week, I know. I'm so late to the party. I haven't organized at all. Not because I don't want to. I just, Ooh. Ooh, chocolate bar rentals. Chocolate bar purchases. Do I have chocolate bars? How many chocolate bars do I have? 2. Yeah, I've just kind of forgotten about it. Oh. Napoleon Dynamite hair, cute. Love. What's this? Good night, Eb. Have a stunning sleep. I'll see you not tomorrow, the next day. I'm having tomorrow off. I'm being strict with the day off. Unless, no, I'm busy during the day. No you, babes. No you. Have a good sleep. Hope work is okay as well.
Oh.
Well, I'm nearly at a second. I kind of want to see what it's like to have a second staff member do everything. But what am I going to do? Probably decorate?
Hey.
Can I speed run this way? I'm going to try and see how fast I can do this. And that's all you, just listing you. But I appreciate you. Thank you for the curse bits. That was so funny. Have a good sleep, Joe. I'm gonna sleep good tonight too. I feel like I didn't sleep well. I woke up really early, even though I went to bed late. Pay the fee, babe. Thank you. I wonder what they're going to do for an update with this game. They need to do something. I need more content, babe. It was naughty of me that I did this today. But I guess we still have expansions to unlock. Hi. God, I think it's getting to the point where I'm too big for my boots. My God, there's so many returns. The more I return, the more money we'll make. Focus up. I think this is over 50. Oh God. This is actually crazy. I love onions. Don't get me started. Love onions. Probably a bit too much, actually. Love. You don't like onions? Wait, why the question? What made you think about that? I didn't used to when I was younger, though. And then something changed where I really do like them. I can have them with stuff. Rewind the tape, jerk. Yep. You can never love onions too much. True. Look at this. Look at this pizza. Don't worry. I'll do everything around here. No worries. No worries. I'll do it. Oh, they're staring at me. Oh my God, Jaren. So much has happened. We had Hannah, then we had Charlotte. Maya's been really good though. She's the best one we've had. Oh my God, look at the returns. Old Fantasy. Okay. She's actually been really great. Bex! Thank you for thanking. That means a lot. Seriously, thank you. It is true, David was way too nice to the community. So I'm glad you're happy about that. I agree, Pizza. I agree. I agree.
Hey.
No, gifted subs are so great. The channel gets supported and someone gets no ads. Yippee! Hi, Em. Yes, it's true. I've been here, doll. How are you, sweets? Hello. Smidge of Italian dressing. Oh, yeah. Yes, chef. Did you work today, doll? Squirrel. I'm good, doll. I couldn't help myself. And said, you know what? Why don't I do a bonus stream? Screw it all to hell. I've streamed a little bit too much this week, but I don't regret it. Alright? Oh, we're meant to vote? Oh, wait. We're in different states. Thank God. I was like... Not me forgetting for a split second. And freaking out. You got me. You got me. You got me. Are you enjoying work still, doll? No, you're right. You're right. Wait, onions are good for your health? Catch me eating an onion like an apple after stream. Also, I find it interesting that the customers don't really get mad. It'd probably be more stressful if they were like, excuse me, you're not helping me. Because I am taking my sweet ass time. Romance. Yes. Corsair Laboratory. I was top first. That's me, girl. It doesn't even surprise me, doll. That doesn't even surprise me. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Look at you, doll. We'll have plenty to celebrate at PAX this year. Wow. That's really cool. That makes me happy. Yay. I'm glad you're loving it. That's amazing. Must be a great change from, you know, what you were doing. Even though I think you still had fun, but I feel like this is very rewarding. Also, the people I work with are the best. My fave coworker complimented me for like 5 minutes the other night. She may have been drunk, but it came from the... Hey, we love a compliment. We'll take it. You're right, hunk. You're right. Aww. Well, I'm glad you're bloody thriving.
Hey.
Hey. Oh, this grandma, she loves the porn. She rented a lot. Hi, Morena. How are you, doll? What do you mean, David? You did nothing wrong, doll. What do you bloody mean? You did nothing. You did nothing, you worry wart. Grandma's freaky. She is actually. Little freaky slut. San Antonio, that's so funny. No, South Australia, doll. That's wholesome though. Yeah, Emily's #1 in San Antonio. Imagine. Imagine randomly this Aussie company and Emily comes first in South Australia, San Antonio, and Melbourne. I'd believe it. Hi, Molly. How are you, doll? Yeah, Emily, if you want to stay #1, don't buy this game. It's so good. It's way too good. Bye, Shroom. Thank you so much for hanging. I appreciate it. Guys, this was a bonus stream. This is all bonus vibes. I wasn't meant to be here today, but I thought it would be cool just to take advantage of the fact that I am home. Since I will be not home the next few weekends. Love my Australian state, San Antonio. Oh, good morning, Molly. Did you sleep good, though? I actually want to do... So I've come up with a way that I can do night streams but not lose my sleeping schedule. And that's just doing an afternoon into the night stream. But like, instead of going to bed at 2 or ending stream at 2 a.m. my time, I leave between 7:30 and 8. You know what I mean? 8:30. It's way more... It's so healthy. Like, I can still do these streams, but it's not going to throw me off. Because that's the issue. I love doing these streams, but I would finish early and then my whole week was screwed. Like a rotisserie chicken. Oh, I hate those nights, doll. But look at you. Delectable. I thought that man was naked. I thought he went in here and he watched me in the cup chair. And he was naked. I am glad, David. I've had so much fun. I never regret a bonus stream. True story. I never regret jumping on. If I'm not streaming, it's because I have something on. Otherwise, I would stream... Which is, I mean, this is proof in the pudding. I streamed 11 days in a row. So... when I can, I do. Rose history Shimpkin. There we go. Speechless? Real. It actually takes so much time to put everything back. I'm saving up my money, top right. Because I think that's the best thing to do. And the next stream we can go full hog on decorating and not worry about saving money. When you don't stream this game, all these people cannot rent. Double swirl, hag. I agree, babe. I'm with you.
Hi.
Hi. Alright, cool. It was whiplash. Unacceptable. Good, Em. Good. I'm just getting into a groove. Because I know a lot of you hear this a lot. But Emily asked, okay, so I can. You know how I am even when I am off for PAX. So being off for the amount of days I was off last month was great, but also stressful. I feel like this at 5 days at PAX. So the fact that I only did, I think, 6 streams in Feb, around there anyway, stressed me out a little bit. But I'm back, you know? I'm back where I belong. I'm rebuilding. And it's great to be home. Like, it's great to be doing bonus streams and long streams and editing for YouTube, and like, it's just good to do it again, because when I'm off for so long, not only is it stressful, but I feel lost, you know? So it's really good. It's good to be back. We're bloody doing it. I feel like we made so much money. Oh, we didn't. Okay. Movies. Guys, I put 105 movies back on the shelf. Holy shit. No wonder it took me ages. David, yeah, how long it took them to rent Double Swirl Hag. I don't want them to rush the process, to be fair. Damn. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting to level 20. Spring break! Oh yeah, kid movie rentals. Ooh, we don't have a lot of kid movies. Hold. Ooh, mixed. Ooh. Let's get some kid movies. They're not even selling kid movies. Oh. Well. We can see if any kid movies showed up. Action. Action. None. I'll give you a pay raise, babe. I'm surprised you even asked that late. $55 a day? That's nothing. Remember that employee that was getting 80 a day and she did nothing? This girl is deserving. She's been doing it. You can get whatever you want. Did I hiccup, David? Probably. I hiccup a lot. I forget. I'm so tired that I forget if I did. I trust you. Toadstool obsession. Real. Okay. Chocolate bars. I want to take these off the shelf. But I can't. Like a single one? I probably did. I believe you because I've been doing that extra lately. I need to get a bottle of water. I'm going to open up. You have to watch Maya. Gotta get my water bowl. My water bowl. Alright. Oh shit. Oh god. Business is booming. The phone's bloody. Sorry, guys. Not the phone. Ring rangin'. Kegzilla, I sure do. Let me turn this as well. Subway, you know how they just dump insane amounts of lettuce? I asked for that much red onion. Fair. I don't ask them to put extra on, but if the lettuce doesn't look crunchy and fresh, I don't bother.
Wow.
And then my thing that I know will either be, some people will be like, yeah, but I know a lot of people would go, ooh, is I love the combo of onion and olives on a Subway. And that's, look, my olive lovers will get that and be like, yeah, but I totally get, I guess if you love a Greek salad, you like olives. Like Emily gets me. But, yeah. Ever been so dehydrated that water tastes like gold? So good. Yeah, that's fair. You either love olives or you don't. It's one of those things that's very like, it's kind of like the pineapple on pizza debate. People will literally be like, wow, or like yummy. So it's the same. People either love olives or just like despise them. I didn't like olives when I was a kid, to be fair. I love Greek. Hey babe, sorry. Oh, we're empty. Shit, I gotta work. Oh, she's sleeping. 1 second. Oop. Hey babe, come on. Yes, sir. Old movie. Drinking cold water when you're sweating, Grace. Oh, yeah. If they are super pickled, sure. And my cat Olive. Sleepy on the job, I know. And we went through this whole thing. I'm going to edit it for YouTube. Where I guess, cosplayed as one of those, like, really toxic managers. But to be fair, I had 3 staff members. And they all would start work. And as soon as they were hired, they would start and be like, I'm sick. But they kept doing that. And then I had this girl that kept asking for a pay rise. So she was on like $80. This one's on $55 and she's been great. But she was on $85. And she kept being sick and she never did her job. And this girl honestly is the best. I love Maya, but we went through hell finding the right one. And honestly, she might turn her back on me soon in the future. But she's been great. I don't think she's been sick once. Or when she was, I was like, no, you have to work. Sorry, babe, but I felt bad. But you know, it's been better. I hate red onion and salad. That's fair. Oh, I fucking love onions. And I know I didn't when I was young, so I don't know what happened. I think I just gave in. Queen. Drama, 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 drama. I could eat raw onion. I don't, but I have raw. I can have raw. I can have cooked. Oh, I love it all. Drama, drama. Cheeseburger? Yeah, what's your go-to cheeseburger? If you could build your favorite cheeseburger, what would be on it? I am that gal. I truly, you know those crazy burgers you get that are like this big and you can't actually physically bite it?
Away, child.
Those piss me
Ouse
off.
Clump just subscribed. I'm at work RN, but hey lil mama.
Clumpy, hello. Hello. Thank you for 40 months. Oh my god. Thank you, doll. How are you? What's the hot goss? Thank you so much. Hope work is going good for you. Nothing too crazy. Thank you so much for resubbing. You're my Garrett. Reserved. I knife and fork it. Fair. Broken. Broken. Yeah. I am not a big egg girl. Not a big eggy gal. How it makes the whole salad taste like red onion even if you're a weenie and remove it. Oh, you think... Oh, it keeps the flavor for you even if you take it off? It's kind of like pineapple for me. If I take that off a pizza, I can just... It remains. Social!
Thank you for the sub.
What a blockbuster
Put your
stream.
ass away, child.
Unsocial side
Thank
just
you for
subscribed.
87.
What a blockbuster stream.
Guys, can
Happy
I just...
87 months.
Can I straight up just be cringe for a second? This is a bonus stream, so that means all your support is just a bonus. And I just want to tell you how cool that is and how much that supports my channel and how I truly don't expect it, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Social. Thank you for 87. Jesus Christ. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you? And Clumpy again, thank you so much. And then all the biddies and the gifted subs, guys. I truly, truly just, yeah, thank you so much. No, because I appreciate it. 87 is nuts. We had a, I think Ben is 92. So we're going to have, I really should make a 100-month resub in prep for just in case. You know, if that happens. I don't want to jinx it. Because obviously I respect if someone doesn't want to keep going. But we need to make an alert. I know, our first 100. I'm good, thank you. Busy, busy. Busy, busy after getting home, but very happy to be home as well. All these late. Thanks. Just buys mustard? Really? I like cedar mustard. But also, I have to be in the mood for it. So I feel that. I think we're gonna hit level 20, guys, and we're gonna need someone to do the other part because I can't keep up with it anymore. Liz, I'm kind of the same. But I feel like it just changes all the time. You know? My taste just always change. Oh. Reserved? We did it. Oh my god, there's so many returns. I want to see how many returns there were. Jesus.
Happily married to your high school sweetheart, straight. And you sit on a bench in a park reading a book. And to be honest, I have no idea what she looks like currently, right now. Oh, I mean, right? Yeah, but she looks like she's like someone who reads a book in a park.
That looks straight.
Crazy. Crazy Crazy comms. No, because Chris kept saying when I was in Japan, he kept going, you look so straight in that outfit. I'm like, what does that mean, bro? 90 return. 100 rented. Okay, I think we're level 20 now. That's the porno room, Em. You noticed. Em, look. It's the porno. These are all adult films. I have... Oh, shit, this is empty. Thank God for Em bringing up the porno. Because we were nearly out of drinks for our gooners. That would have been bad. Alright, perfect. I should put another snack thing there. Porn up front, just all porn here. All normal films back there. That would be so funny. If I had enough, like say if I had this many pornos, I would do that. If I ever get to the point in the game when I do, I will. New release day? What's new release? Ah, Phantom Patrol, guys. Oh, it's cheaper to buy bulk. I know what you're thinking, Carla, why'd you do that? Well, here's why. Number one, it's $7 per new release, right? This is gonna sell like hotcakes.
Above Avarajah David has
Bonus
gifted a sub to Peach
stream!
Ikeen 1594.
Peachy, you just got subbed. Thank you so much. You no longer see ads. Oh my god. Thank you, David. That's really nice. Thank you for thanking David as well. That's super kind. And very supportive. Thank you. That's really nice. Maybe they wanted ads. Imagine, Lukey, imagine someone came out of Lurk and were like, how fucking dare you? Wait, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Where's my other one? Why is there a gay one? This is that's so funny. This is the holographic one. So it's kind of rare. And you can display the holographics you find. Or you can sell them for a little bit. Most of them are dumb. Yes, you're right. And I am also... Where are my ads? Bucks, you're not receiving ads? Or to be fair, I haven't played one. I haven't played one in a bit. So you might be safe. I usually don't play this many ads. Yeah, why is only one? I want all of them. I might buy... Boy? Sorry. Oh, there's 2 of this one. Do you see that? I might buy more of these because they rent for $7 a pop. Oh, wait, that's right. I didn't even clock that Bucks had turbo. Sick. Enjoy ad-free, doll. The thing is, I actually want everyone to be ad-free. I'm just playing a little extra because I had so much time off last month. That's literally it. I really don't want to run ads, but because it's my full-time thing, it does help for me to do that. But just know I don't want to. Do you get... Oh, shit. Yeah, turbos. I used to have turbo. It was great because some... Add me up, Emily. Some... Like, I have pre-rolls turned off. So you can jump into my stream and not get an ad. Because I run ads enough that we don't have pre-rolls. So you don't... You know, when you pop in for the first time, you won't get one. which is nice. There are many times where I'm subbed, but also want to see ads. Yeah, true. Love all the emotes. Yes. People said, I'm not game enough to do this, so I will never do it, by the way. But when I talk about, yeah, pre-rolls, sorry, that's what I mean, pre-rolls, yeah. A lot of people were like, can you turn on subs for ads? Because a perk of being a subscriber is not having ads. But then all my subs were like, hey, can we have one full stream where we all get ads, please? That'd be funny. And I'm like, I wouldn't have anyone to talk to. What do you mean? It'd be too quiet in here. Everyone would be stuck in an ad and I'd be talking to myself. Oh, I'm going to hire an employee. Let's test this out. What do you got for me? Return station. Julian. Average, average, good. Alright. Julian! You can't do it. Yeah, it would be great if you could just pick, like, if some people wanted to. Actually, it would be good if it was on the. It'd be good if it was on the community side. Like, for example, there might be some days where I click opt in to see streamer ads. So it's off for everyone because I choose to. But if a community member wants to see an ad for the day, for example, it would be cool if they could opt in to see that. Because they might want to, like, give extra support to their favorite streamer, for example. That would be cool. That way it's up to them. Are you sick, babe? Oh, okay, cool. Return station, please. Thank you. Wasn't there a secret room? Guys, wasn't there a secret room? Someone said, like, a cheating room. Does anyone know anything about it? Because if you do, you're more than happy to backseat. Hello? Wait, he's doing a pretty good job. The back alley's Tuesday and Thursdays. No, thank you. Someone said there's a... Or is that the cheat door? Is that what people were talking about? Maybe it's just that. Miz. I haven't heard of that, David. What is it? What's the vibe? But we won't play it right now so it doesn't get... the VOD doesn't get taken down for VOD watchers. But I'll add it to the stream playlist. Is it groovy? Oh, that water's so good. What the hell? Only door knob. Okay. Maybe it was that was just it. They say Julian a smidge. Wait, I think he's fast right now. Can I help him? Where is he? I'm happy to help. That's what a leader does. Yeah, there you go. See? We need another horror shelf, actually. Hello? I can never forget Foxy Shazam. I think I might get another horror thing. I meant to be saving, but we have so much horror stuff. Let's do... I don't like how that is there, but we can fix that another time. Christmas is filling up as well. Maybe I can put another Christmas vibe here just in case he runs out. Look at the new releases. It's ready to go. my god, we're tag teaming. Hi, Queen. Ninja Snake. Horror. Okay, cool. Oh my god, he's zooming now. Gangster family tree. Oh my god, he's zooming. Look how fast he's going.
Wow.
Wait. I can't keep up with him. He's actually so quick. Oh my god. He's zooming. He must be sponsored by Master Joe. Oh my god. Rain Woman, maybe turn around doll right here. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god, Maya's the best. I'm not even kidding. We went through like 4 employees to get Maya, and now she's the best. Oh my god, he actually helped me out a lot. Look at this. What? We might be thriving now as a team.
Hey.
I never thought I'd say that. I thought we were just washed. That was a quick pee. Wow, he's zooming. No one's buying new release. Oh, yeah, they are. Dream Team. I think. Oh. Now I'm gonna get attached. I'm gonna get attached to this. You watch. I'm gonna be so sad if they quit. And they're both. Hey, sweetie, turn around. Don't look at me like that. Oh, Jesus. Beep. Monkey in my boot. Aww, what a well-oiled machine. I'm so happy. David, yes. No, you're right. I have... we'd be working alone tonight. So I've been wanting to do that for a hot minute because... well, for that reason, you know, Starlight. But the mixer I have, every time I try, I have a Go XLR. My friend made it work, but it's just not, hasn't been working every time I try. I just gotta honestly set a whole day aside to fix it because, yeah, I've been wanting to do that for a while. Yeah. I would love a full song request day, but a way around that is, well, it sucks for everyone else, you know, like that can't make it, but, you know, using Spotify and people requesting songs via adding songs to the playlist, and then have a day where it's like, if you're there, you're there. If you can't be there, I'm sorry. This stream's getting deleted or whatever, you know? Like, it sucks, but giving people warning enough to do a stream like that, I think is fair. Because anyway, if I had it separated, there would be people in the VOD that would just hear nothing. So either way, they lose. You know. So we can do a little 1-2. I just gotta figure it out. But if I can't figure it out, then we're all right. Oh. The game sounds yeah. Which like would be the same really as things being muted. But I guess if we wanted to play a game, I think in my head what I would like to do soon is a song request. Yeah, David, exactly. Like a song request stream, but it's also just chatting. Like, you know what a stream I want to do so bad is? I just gotta figure out a laptop or something, or like cords from my PC. But I genuinely want to do a stream where there's song requests up and I'm mic'd up and I'm just on the couch and I have a charcuterie board and we just talk. You know what I mean? We don't even need a game. Let's just talk some crap. I used to be a just chatting streamer when I first started because I had a bad PC. So I couldn't even, I had to just talk. But I want to do that. Like, that's something that even at my desk, I don't need to be on the couch really. I can get comfy here for the time being. And we can just talk and listen to music. Karaoke stream. I want to do it so bad, Em. I want to do a karaoke stream so bad. I could just use this mic. But I'd want to get the green screen up and really be foul with it. You know? Living on a prayer. Oh, but David, that'd be funny. That'd be fun, yeah. It'd be cool to do like, well, I was thinking, I don't know if I will do it. I would like a ring. I would like a ring. I don't know if I'll do it. I had some suggestions to do it this week, and I still might. Who's to say? If I feel good and people are keen for it, I'll do it. But I was thinking about doing kind of like, I don't know, a She's Back in Action subathon thing with a timer. Everything adds to the timer. And we have a wheel and do a bunch of stuff. Like if karaoke spins on the wheel, we do karaoke. If a horror movie spins, a horror game spins on the wheel, we do the horror game. Whatever. Like, I just think I think the wheel should be filled with experiences and just like shit for us to do on the day, you know? No, David, don't apologize. I want to do exactly what you suggested. It's a good suggestion. I've just had tech issues with it, but that's my goal. So you're just reminding me, really. I never stop. No, me too, David. You've honestly met your match. It's hilarious. Here's me, right? Em will laugh at this, and Jaren. I have a sorry counter, David. And I've gotten better over the years. But I am very much an apologizer. Yep, Dylan, exactly. So, and that's not even 8 years worth. That's like 3 years worth. So it's funny that I'm like, don't apologize. But here I am being like, sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Sorry. So anyway. Yeah, I might do a subathon thing with a 24-hour cap. And maybe start like do a full 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. on, obviously, if it's unlocked to do a 24. I've tore into Jesse to stop saying sorry. Apologetic harlot, real. That's the last hour. But Jaren, admit something, and Emily, admit it, and Keto, actually, you've been here a hot minute. Admit that I have gotten so much better over the years. I'm still working on it. But there was a point where it was so much. It was so much worse. And look, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, but it wasn't a good habit. You know what I mean? And I still have times where you guys go, yeah, literally, Keto, I would play Killer and be like, oh, I feel bad. I'm putting them on the hook. What? What are you talking about? Oh, you're David. Honestly, here's what I reckon you should do. And I can't change you, so if you hear this and don't agree, don't worry about it. But like, you can. The one thing you can trust with me is, if someone makes me uncomfortable, I'll be like, hey, don't like that. You know, I'm not gonna like bite my tongue and not tell you, but I'm gonna be nice about it. I'm not gonna be a bitch. There's nothing wrong with being a bitch. But I'm not going to be rude. I will always tell you if you've stepped the line. And you haven't. You're fine. But I definitely understand the feeling of being like, oh, but you're fine. Exactly, Dill. Exactly. Hi, Wild. How are you? That's the game, babe. True. True. Want to step on my line? Yeah. I do, actually. Sorry. What's the time? Fuck, it's 8. Tonight's gone really quick. Holy shit. I haven't had it. Maybe I should do a quick little powwow and figure out what I'm doing. Time for bloody bed, though. I have a line you can cross over. It's my birthday here? Wait, actually? Wait, is it 13th of May? Wait, it's my birthday. Wait, I'm missing the joke. I'm so sorry. So I'm gonna... Here's what you need to get used to, David, is me getting people to explain things. I'm always so like, I can never get the joke. Oh, wait. Cheeky Burger? I mean, I probably shouldn't. That's really naughty. I don't think, are they even open? Oh, almost Mother's Day. Oh, they're open again. Are they doing chicken again? Oh, I wish. If they were doing chicken bites again... Oh, they do nuggets now. Their nuggets are really good, actually. I did try it. But do they do cheese sauce, though? Is the question. They used to do this liquid cheese sauce, which is foul, but it was so good. Oh, I don't think they do it anymore. I should comment on their Instagram and be like, bring back the thing. That's actually a really good price for Burgerhead. That's a really good price. They want to bring back affordable burgers. Because like normally like a classic cheese these days is like 20 bucks. It's like, get a grip. It should be 14 max. I'm a greatest gift. It's true. I haven't, Dylan. I don't think it's on Uber Eats. But I would definitely try it one day when it's on Uber Eats and like do it on stream. I think it's coming soon. I think it's rolling out everywhere else first. Because I love Wingstop. A nuggy meow. Maybe I write in the notes. Can you give me some liquid cheese sauce, please? I wonder if you can add a note. Not that I should order this anyway. Can you add a note? Oh, maybe add a note to the, yeah, if I ever order it again, I should add a note to the delivery guy and be like, hey, we'll tip you if you ask them for cheese sauce on the side. Please. One time, no, my sister asked her, is Debbie your favorite? And she said, well, it's different. Yeah, I've heard that before. The cheese you can drink, please. Oh, it's so good, guys. I always used to order from this place back in the day when I first moved out here. And, it's the type of place where you know you're going to have a fart. You're going to fart after it or the next day. Like, it's something you commit to when you have no plans. Because you're like, this is going to fuck me up. But it's worth it. It's worth it because it's the liquid cheese sauce, Jaren. I'm exaggerating. But you would get, yeah, fart fuel. Liquid cheese sauce and you would dip the chicken bites in it. And oh god, it was so good. And then they switched to a food truck, and you know, you hardly saw them, and they moved back to their original area with the mission to be affordable burgers, which is cool because burgers these days, you're like, hey, can I have a basic cheeseburger? And they're like, yeah, that'll be $25. And you're soul, and you're like, what? Like, what the fuck? And I get it, prices have gone up. I understand inflation, but like, it shouldn't be that much, you know? That's a good fart feel. Yeah, exactly right. But no, I haven't had dinner. Shit, it's 8. I haven't had dinner. I have, oh shit, I didn't put the chicken in the fridge. That's fine, right? A roast chicken from Woolies has been on the counter since 3. The chicken's been on the counter for 5 hours. Oh, that's probably not good. Hey, I fucked up. Damn it. Hi, Axel. How are you? Ugh, I wouldn't touch that. Because of my white? Not good. It's fine. Oh, no. My bandmate ordered me burrito tacos last night and snuck in extra mac and cheese sauce. Oh, shit. The bag is sealed. Don't worry. Do you think sealed chicken's fine? I'll touch. It's probably still warm, to be honest. Room temp. It's probably been room temp, I would say, a good 3.5 hours. It's pretty cold in my apartment. I don't know if that matters. Alright, let me go investigate. I'll put some music on. Let me investigate. And then I'll figure out whether I'm still streaming or leaving soon. Tekken 3 and Home Alone 2. Shredder, check this out. Where is it? Do you mean holiday break-in? Needs to be dealt with soon though. Yeah, let me look. Wait. Let me look. Hold. Let me close and open. Hold. In my mind. Okay, wait. Hold.
since you were stressing. Pretty sure you're okay, that was quite the lie that you let slip.
Excuse me, we're closed.
And I'll give
Oh, I'll show you, Emily. I'm gonna behave, by the way, because the burger place closes in 15 minutes, so I don't want to be that guy. And I have to save money. And I have frozen pizzas in the freezer. But I'm telling you, there's gonna come a day, maybe next month, where I'm gonna set aside a whole night. And I'm gonna order the burger. And I'm gonna play a game. And it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Oh, nice, David. Thank you. My goat. Wake up, baby. Thank you. I wish you could give them a pay rise yourself. Monday. I probably should pack it up soon anyway and have dinner. Oh shit, it's 8:30. What the hell? I literally love how I said to myself when I started this. I was like, you know what, Carls? You know, just... You probably won't last till 5 hours. Just go live. Just go... You know, who knows? Just do 3 hours. What is it with you guys? You always just captivate me in this game and I just literally forget about my existence and I just do 5 hours. Whoopsies. Short stream. Short bonus stream. This was fun though. Can I say that? I had a good time. I kind of don't want to go, but also I know it would be good to... I know it would be good to behave. So... I can behave. I never trust you. She was... Oh wait, this is my name. No, yeah, you guys are bloody comfy as well. It goes both ways. I'm having a good old time. I never trust you. I know. I can never be like, short stream. It's a lie most of the time. Yeah, I know. I should eat. I should eat. I should eat. I usually would eat something on stream, but I want to actually finish it. Because you know what I have? You know what I do? Bad. This is what I notice I do. Like the other day, I made that pasta, right? On stream. Didn't finish it because I'm too distracted having fun. So sometimes I have to prime myself offline so I can actually eat because I won't finish it. I just get distracted. Okay. Win song. Just means a banging VOD to watch. We had a good time, Axel. We did. Good, David. Bloody good, doll. So the schedule is already up on Twitch or on my Discord. Or Twitch shows you your time zone. Monday and Tuesday could swap in terms of games if I get like tech issues with the Switch. I'm sure I won't. So we'll do Pocopia. Not tomorrow, the next day. The day after that is Red Dead. The day after that is Friendslop. The day after that is, I think, more Friendslop. And the day after that is Gran. But the start and the end of those streams, I'll be doing games like DBD and this game and Ark because Friendslop's not till 9 PM Eastern. So, yeah. Thank you so much. Tomorrow's my first day off in 11 days. Thank you so much for the last 11, guys. Yeah, an easy 11 days. That was so much fun. We did so much variety. I think we did like 8 games maybe. So thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for all forms of support. I really appreciate it because you keep the channel running and I am very grateful that you want to do that. So thank you. Whoopsies, David. My bad. My bad. Whoopsies. We're going to say hi to Tammy. They are playing Resident Evil again. Probably another challenge. So if you don't want spoilers, click out of the raid. Why would you do this to me? Thank you, Dill. Wild you too. No you, Cammy. Ames, Jaren, Lukey, Dill. I'm very excited to see you again. Yeah, you're the best. I'll see you very soon, guys. Ta-ta! I'm off to the beauty salon. That was a Simpson reference. I'm gonna go eat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bye, guys. Love you.